Good morning, everybody. It's Enterthestars, and we are going to decode this crop circle. But before we do that, we need to set this up. This crop circle is at a coordinate of 44 degrees north latitude. That's important because this crop circle encodes the number 44 as well as the number 88. Now, first of all, we're going to go and look at this crop circle coordinate. And there it is down here, less than 125 miles from CERN. Now, the mountain range that you see in between these 2 points is the southern tip of the Bavarian Alps. And if you watched the movie Edge of Tomorrow, Tom Cruise originally has visions that the alien leader is at a dam in the Bavarian Alps. It's the first place he goes to look. And this movie is all about time travel. And there is CERN in the lower Bavarian Alps, and the newest crop circle that appeared on the first day of the summer solstice. And this is everything we've been talking about on this channel for the past month, you guys. So let's take a look at this crop circle. Now, the first thing you're going to notice is these triangular elements all around the edge. And there are 8 of them, you guys. There's our 8. Where's the second 8? It is in these elements in between each section. There are 8. There seems to be 4 circles and 4 triangles in this outer ring. The 44 encoding the location of this crop circle. Now, what do 88s mean? If you don't know, it's all about time. I need you to go back and type in 88 and watch from the beginning and take the journey that all of us have taken here. Now, there's a second circle here, and it has 4 rings in it, again pointing toward the 4. Now, the number 33 is also encoded in this circle. We count 13 here, and we count around the edge of this circle. There are an additional 20, so that's 33 total circles around the edge. You also count the triangles around the edge. 1, 2, and 3. So 33 and 3. Now, the yellow line on your right is Google Earth, and this is the line that points exactly back to CERN. And isn't it interesting that this element here with the double triangles seems to align very closely to the same direction as CERN? Now, of course, there's no way for us to measure this because Google Earth is not real time. We're not going to see the crop circle on Google Earth until it's long gone. So what we have here is a seeming alignment of these double triangular elements, the only ones around the edge of the circle that seem to point back to CERN, which we have determined is only 125 miles away across the Bavarian Alps from this location. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you guys. This is fascinating. Take care and be safe. Hey guys, Enterthestars, and it seems as though the elite want to play games. So, few people have stepped forward and claimed this crop circle as one of their own. Well, if they did, they deserve a degree in engineering and surveying to make the alignments that they have made with this particular crop circle that points directly back to CERN. And I'm going to show you that right now. Now, thanks to the subscriber who recommended that I use the image overlay in Google Earth. I did not know that it had this capability. So what you can do is overlay any image you want onto this. So I took the crop circle and I overlaid it. Now you can also increase and decrease the opacity. Now it is not an exact match But I want you to focus on the hedge here on the bottom and see how I've lined that up with the hedge here, and also the street where it branches off here. And I want you to focus on this element, these three triangles. And it appeared as though they were forming some kind of alignment there. And I believe that that is the case. Let's zoom in on these three triangles. Now this isn't, as I said, an exact science, but these three triangles are the only three around the entire perimeter of this circle. And in the previous video I said that they look as though they're pointing back to CERN. So let's zoom out and see what we have here. So those three triangles line up to the line. This line is coming from the crop circle back to CERN. So let's draw our own line from the three triangles back to CERN. And let's see how closely they line up. So of course, this is CERN, the very center of it. And as you can see, here's the airport, the Geneva airport. And CERN exists in the middle of this giant circle, underground. Now we're going to go back and take a look at how closely those triangles line up and point to CERN. My point here is, you guys, we don't know if these people made these circles or not. They're saying that they did, but did they really? And as you can see, the triangles are dead on. A direct match, paralleling the line pointing back to CERN. And you want to tell me that 4 people did this in the middle of the night, in a few hours, with this kind of accuracy? I don't think so. Take care and be safe, you guys. Morning, everybody. Enter the stars. And synchronicity is a strange, strange thing. The PPPL was established in 1961. This was the year that Barack Obama was born. This is the PPPL. And as you can see, it is aligned very accurately in a specific direction with this device, whatever it may be. And the entire facility seems to be aligned in this direction. What's on the other end of the alignment of Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory? And thanks to the subscriber who recommended that I take a look at this. Let's take a look at what's on the other end of the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, halfway around the world. And as I tell you, you simply cannot make these things up. You find them and you scratch your head and you wonder, what exactly the heck is going on? And Obama says, I was born in Hawaii. I was born in Hawaii. And maybe he wasn't lying when he said he was born in Hawaii, because this is the Hawaii dormitory in Kenya, Africa. And this is the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory in the United States of America. And this laboratory, as you can see here, seems to point to the home of Barack Obama. The founder of the project, Lyman Spitzer Jr., was inspired by claims of a controlled nuclear fusion. And in 1950, he conceived of a plasma being confined in a figure 8 shaped tube by an externally generated magnetic field. A figure 8 shaped tube, an infinity tube. The name Lyman should sound very familiar. Lyman Spitzer was the one who developed the Hubble Space Telescope. In his work at Princeton, he would develop the Stellarator, but then in the year that Barack Obama was born, he would hand that project over to a man by the name of Melvin Gottlieb. Who is Melvin Gottlieb? Melvin Gottlieb is from Chicago. He worked during World War II with Van Allen on early cosmic ray studies. And from there, he got heavily involved with the U.S. government. And he started work on the fusion research at the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory for the federal government. The work was at the time highly classified. When he arrived, Lyman Spitzer's Stellarator was in early development. This was just before Barack Obama was born. His administrative abilities were quickly recognized, and as early as 1958, he was testifying before Congress about the need for adequate funds for fusion research. The declassification of fusion research, which is code word for sweep everything under the rug and make everybody think that it's been declassified, in 1958 brought Gottlieb's work international attention. At the Atoms for Peace conference in 1958. Remember, all this is about bringing in the new peace world order. He became director of the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory in 1961, the year Barack Obama was born, taking over Lyman Spitzer's role there. Fusion research had reached an impasse with its inability to control the high-energy plasma. Now, if Princeton had no fascination or very little references to Kenya, Africa, then we'd call this a day, right? These would just be coincidences, no big deal. But exactly the opposite is true. I did a Google search on Princeton and Kenya, and there are several job listings for government jobs with preferred requirements being Kenyan citizenship. Not one job, but 2, 3, 4, 10 government jobs requiring Kenyan citizenship. Doctorate degrees, PhDs. And it doesn't stop there. There's actually established studies going on in Kenya. There is a Kenya Office of International Programs, Princeton University, and research going on over there in tropical biology and sustainability. Princeton in Africa. So there is a fascination with Kenya, Africa, Hell's Gate National Park, in this very specific region. And look at this, study abroad. They even show a map with the very same alignment that we made in this video. Look at this, study abroad, and it's got this line going right through Africa to where we pointed to. Remember, they're calling Kenya Africa. Just outside of Hawaii, Africa, Kenya, the birthplace of civilization. This man even is giving a lecture at Princeton University on the Tree of Life.
I don't know what I'm going to talk about. What I am going to talk about is this. More recently, we've figured out that humans actually came from one or more migrations out of Africa relatively recently. The origin of humans is here. If you think of this as a tree, the picture that's...
And he just pointed to where Obama was born in Hawaii, Africa. I'll put a link to this lecture that was from this guy, Guyan Banut, from Rutgers, but he gave it at Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory. And he is a physics professor that specializes in biology. So what does all this mean? That means that there is a lot of stuff that they don't tell us, you guys. And isn't it amazing that this lab changed hands to a man from Chicago in the very year that Barack Obama was born. And it points directly to Hawaii, Kenya, Africa.
It was cool, actually. They were designing a supercomputer. If you've seen the movie Jurassic Park, there is a machine there with blinking lights. And the guy who's programming it is a fat guy who gets eaten up by a velociraptor. I don't know if you remember. And that machine was our machine. It's called the Connection. And they only bought the shell because all they wanted was the blinking lights. But that's what I worked for.
And there's your reptilian reference, Jurassic Park. This is the Impala Research Center, Princeton University, located in Kenya, Africa. And I mean, look at this. The DNA strand going on here. And we had the people from this, the PhDs from this Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory saying in that article that they were looking more for a helical shape of this fusion project instead of the figure 8 shape. And this is the torus shape, the helical shape that they began to refocus their efforts on. A helical design rather than a circular form. A helical design rather than a circular form. Now, where is the Impala site? This is it right here. Just on the edge of Hell's Gate National Park, and just miles away from Hawaii, Kenya, Africa. I mean, look at this. This is where I believe Barack Obama was born. Right here. Enter the stars, and sometimes looking at the opposite of things reveals the truth. I want you to look at this yellow line pointing to the center of the Georgia Guidestones, and I want you to look at this corner through which the yellow line passes exactly. Now I want you to look at where this yellow line goes to. It goes to the very center of the circle at CERN, as you can see here. Take care and be safe, you guys. Enter the stars, and you think that they don't recognize the number 88? CineGlobe is a film festival going on at CERN from March 24th to March 29th, the 88th day of the year. Free entry, ages 8 to 88. And here is a close-up shot. 8 to 88. Unbelievable. Do you think that 88 does not mean anything? CERN will be hosting the next CineGlobe International Film Festival, 24th to the 29th of March. It celebrates the theme of convergence. The festival is about the convergence of art, cinema, and science. This year, CineGlobe witnesses how science is changing the way we tell stories in art and cinema. Selected from more than 900 submissions spanning 5 continents, 58 short films inspired by science will compete. A jury composed of scientists, artists, filmmakers will award prizes for the best films screened during the festival. The festival, which is free and open to all, will also invite the audience to meet the filmmakers, participate in debates and workshops. That is Antarctica. Let's take a look at this trailer. And you think that 88 doesn't mean anything. A special landmark for this year is the 360-degree projection of films in a geodesic dome. Animated by a local visual artist, the dome will be the venue for the evening. Events and interactions will feature the avant-premiere of Phantom of the Universe, a half-hour planetarium show created at CERN that examines the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy. Special evening events will be webcast, including the opening night, featuring an opera film shot in the Large Hadron Collider. Another ritual. The award ceremony and the closing ceremony, which will pay tribute to the people on the top of the LHC through the documentary The Circle. That closing ceremony will happen on the 88th day of the year. Let's take a look at this program. The closing program is on March 29th. It's called The Circle. The festival's closing ceremony will pay tribute to all the people living on top of the LHC through Bram Congert's magnificent documentary, The Circle. Belgian filmmaker Bram Congerts visited the CERN sites and surrounding countryside to meet the people living above the Large Hadron Collider. The film leaves behind a specific aspect of the experiment and makes a journey above ground, running the 27 kilometers of the ring, searching for local people with an opinion about what's happening below. Unlike most documentaries about the LHC, this film takes place mainly above ground.
Here in downtown Toronto at Hot Docs with filmmaker Bram Congerts. How does it feel to have your film The Circle here at Hot Docs?
Feels great. It's my first movie, so it's a real big opportunity to show it here in Toronto.
What was the inspiration behind the making of the film?
Actually, I had a dream about it. I it started with a dream. I dreamt I was in a black hole, and I wanted to know where that dream came from. And then I think I read something in the newspaper about the Large Hadron Collider. It's a particle accelerator in Geneva where they can create micro black holes. So for me, it was interesting to go and take a look there.
What was it like shooting underground when you were filming the particle accelerator?
Now remember, this is going to be viewed on the last day, March 29th, of this film festival.
It was really exciting. We started filming in 2009, and then the particle accelerator was still open for public, so we could go down with a scientist to take a look. And it's really enormous to see these gigantic machine.
Why do you think that people have always had this obsession about the origin of life and where we come from?
I think it's part of mankind. If we would not have that curiosity, we would still be monkeys, I think. So I think it's part of mankind.
Now we finally understand what this image means on top. The monkey to man, enlightenment from iPet Goat. We also understand now that the stag on the wall, on the chalkboard, in the left side of the room, is in fact CERNUNNOS, the stag god, the green man. It is CERN, and the golden circle around the girl is in fact CERN, and the dot outside the circle, portrayed in symmetry, which will be screened on the first day, which was already screened on the 24th of March, is in fact pointing to the stag on the wall. CERNUNNOS. This is CERN, and their whole objective was to use the torus field in CERN to awaken and enlighten artificial intelligence.
What were some of the challenges that you faced making the film?
Maybe the most difficult part about making the film was to actually follow the circle, because you cannot see where the tunnel is above the ground. Sometimes there are tiny landmarks, but sometimes there's nothing. So you have to imagine. We had a big map, and then we had to take some pictures of the map, and then we had to
as above, so below.
It was difficult to be exact on top.
Did you find that your instincts were generally right, that you were generally on top?
I think maybe we were sometimes 100 meters off, but not so much, I think.
And how do you hope that audiences will respond to the film?
I hope that they get interested in science in the same way I am interested in science, and that they reflect on their own about how life began.
And what types of films do you hope to make in the future?
I'm not too sure. I want to make something maybe about my country, Belgium. But yeah, it's difficult to explain. It's a little bit political. But I'm not going to explain it to you now, because it's very, very, very difficult to explain the political situation in Belgium. So.
And where's the best place to find out more information on the circle online?
I don't. There's it's on Hot Docs. So on the website of Hot Docs you can read the summary. But there's no website of the film.
Coming soon. Thank you so much, Brad.
This is the movie poster for The Circle. Do you think they're trying to bring back the serpent? And here's a screenshot from the documentary The Circle with the gun. We saw the evolution on iPet Goat. This is the dome, and you see the spiral on the dome where they'll be conducting many of these activities. And the spiral of the dome seems to match the spiral from iPet Goat 2. Then we have a short film competition, science tech, eco life, helping, love and family, art. And then, of course, special events. And they have the Soiree Oculus Rift. Oculus. We've heard Round Saturn's Eye talk about Oculus. Storytelling Science Hackathon. During the evening, Oculus Rift virtual reality headsets will be available to the public, and participants of the hackathon will be present to interact with the audience. Soiree of Light. A performance and light show. This is commemorating UNESCO's Year of Light. We talked about the significance of the Year of Light. Convergence. Bridging science and art. CERN, moving us one step closer to artificial intelligence. I believe CERN is a giant computer. They did in fact invent the internet at CERN. Many people forget. And the computing power that would be necessary to maintain this type of worldwide internet is unfathomable. Not only that, I believe that they're increasing the computing power, increasing the size of these things, of the Hadron Collider, so that they can come up with the power necessary to store an actual artificial intelligence, the human mind. And once they are able to achieve this, they will actually be able to present to us an alternative reality. And of course, this will be an abomination to the Most High. But I believe this is what they're seeking to achieve. Look at some of these, look at some of this stuff. Okay, we talked about the milk of human sacrifice. Well, in this workshop, you can actually make your own camera with a milk carton. They also have stop motion animation. And they will be presenting this on the 360-degree projection. So this is basically like looking at all around you at a screen, a big screen. So they went from movies, which was state-of-the-art. Then they went to IMAX theater with the giant screen. And now they have a screen that encompasses the entire room all around you. 360 degrees of an image. And of course, the much talked about symmetry is part of this Cineglobe presentation. That opens on March 24th, the first day. In March 2015, CERN is preparing to launch the second experimental phase of the LHC. At its opening night, Cineglobe chooses to celebrate this amazing event with the film opera Symmetry. So this is all part of the March 29th celebration. You guys, I don't tell you these things because I'm special. I tell you these things because it was imprinted on my life. I've been telling you guys now for a year that March 29th is a very special date. It is the date Jesus Christ was crucified. And they're dancing in the ring in defiance of the Most High on the date of his crucifixion. And they are celebrating it. And until we wake up, until we help other people see the deception, many souls will be lost. So I did a Google search on Cineglobe. The people who are presenting Symmetry and this film festival at CERN that ends on the 29th, the 88th day of the year. And what I found was chilling. This is Cineglobe celebrating 8. Everything we've been talking about. Film, television, video. And it says here, Cineglobe, nickname, the Sega Saturn logo. And this appears to be the logo of Cineglobe. Now, I don't know if this is the same company, but how many Cinglobes can there be? Nickname, Fragments in Space. This is about as cryptic as it gets. Take care and be safe, you guys. Hey guys, Enter the Stars. It's going to be kind of a catch-all video. I want to thank everybody for the birthday wishes. I also want to remind everybody that Nisan 14, which is the date of the Passover, changes from year to year in the Gregorian calendar. The Hebrew date is fixed, of course, but when translated to the Gregorian, it moves. In the year 36 AD, which is the year that I believe Jesus was crucified, that date fell on the March 28th, March 29th. In the Hebrew calendar, they change days as the sun goes down. And this is what the sun worshippers celebrate. They celebrate the evening after Jesus was crucified. Jesus would have been 40 years old in 36 AD, making him the 40-year-old virgin, which is what they make fun of in the movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin. As the main actor who plays that part heals the ear of a girl in a magic trick, duplicating the miracle that Jesus performed by healing the ear of the soldier. But we're going to do a couple things today. We're going to look at CERN. We're going to look at CineGlobe, which is this is the entity that is putting on the film festival that is going on right now, that is culminating today, which is March 29th, the 88th day of the year. And there's free entry for people ages 8 to 88. So you know that they know exactly what is going on. The closing filming screening is a documentary called The Circle, and it's all about the people that live above the Large Hadron Collider. There's several communities underneath this 27-kilometer Hadron Collider. And I still have yet to find an actual copy of this documentary. It is very hard to find, and it's been out for a couple of years now. So that is curious within itself. But we're going to take a look at this trailer, which is 33 seconds long. This is CineGlobe's promotional trailer. And look at the screenshot. Right off the bat, it's Antarctica. How much controversy has there been surrounding Antarctica? And the fact that it's like one of the last places on Earth that it continues to stay very cold with record snowpack and ice formation. And it's curious because look around the edge and you can see the darkness all around the edge here. This almost looks like the global warming aspect that they're trying to portray here. So that is very interesting. But we're going to decode that in slow motion. It's only 33 seconds long, so that we should be able to pull out a lot of information. But the other thing I wanted to talk about before we get into that, you guys, is the fact that we have the biggest drill, the most publicized and widely publicized drill ever. There's actually whatsoever volunteer for participation. They use dangerous occasions and the symmetry on the 24th of March. Ages 8 to 88. This film festival also includes The Circle on the closing day today. A documentary about the people that live above the Large Hadron Collider. And as soon as we get our hands on that documentary, we'll be decoding it. But for now, they left us a CineGlobe trailer that is 33 seconds long. And this trailer is chocked full of images at 33 seconds long. We're going to take a close look at this trailer in super slow motion, and we're going to decode it. Let's take a look. Alright, you guys, we're going to decode this real time. First we get the Antarctic landscape here, okay, is what this looks like. And then we get the carousel. I believe this represents the carousel of life. That's like a clock tower in the ceiling of that carousel. We have the gas masks. They had a lot of gas scares during World War II. Rockets firing. The clock strikes 12. More Antarctica references sprinkled in throughout. Now we talked about how a helm was a wheel, and this looks like a 5-pointed wheel. Then of course we saw them spraying down Fukushima. And here's more Antarctica references, supplies being delivered. And Lucifer fell like lightning from heaven. Aurora Borealis, North Pole. "88 keys on the piano." Remember Obama's dirty reflection in the mirror at the deadline of Obamacare on February 13th, Lupercalia. Back to the carousel. Time, splitting time, exploding time. The hourglass. That's their whole goal of CERN, you guys. Spiral staircase. This is representative of time as well. The torus field. The apple. The Coriolis. August 29th, converted to the Julian calendar, is September 11th, which is when Hurricane Katrina hit landfall in Louisiana, killing thousands of people. Don't know who that monk-looking figure is, but the splitting of the wood represents the splitting of the brain, and we saw that in iPetco too. The splitting of the brain. A subway. This is the serpent train. That's what life is. It's like a giant train on a wheel. Wheels within wheels. The clock. The wristwatch. So I did a search on this man, David Bauer, directed by Clark Harris. And that date on that was March 9th, 2013, but I couldn't find anything. I think what was curious to note is in the background, there was a reptilian aquarium. There you saw "You May Die," and there were Holocaust bodies piled up in the back of that truck in that last scene. Some type of bomb goes off. This next scene, you're going to see the bees, and that's what we are, you guys. We live in the hexagon, which is a three-dimensional cube. Wow, that looks like Egypt, and we also saw the Eiffel Tower. This looks like another planet almost. That looked like a moon. The word time backwards actually is emit. And then the cryptic closing, time app. And then this looks like a pyramid, or the letter A. Unbelievable. And Antarctica somehow fits into this a big picture. So they are going to mess with time, and that's what we saw in this video. The sun worshippers. Okay? All of this goes back to that. 9/11 was a mass sacrifice. It was a mass experiment to control the minds of the masses. I believe that the World Trade Center came down because of an energy weapon, a ring weapon, as we've shown in previous videos. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Take care and be safe. Hey guys, Enter the Stars, and this is from SynGlow. We covered this in the last video. This video is to confirm to you that all the alignment work that we've done on Enter the Stars here, aligning different points throughout history, and separated by thousands of years and thousands of miles, we found alignments. And this artist's depiction that's featured here, it's the SynGlow trailer, shows the Great Pyramid here on the right, and then it shows the Eiffel Tower. And I'm going to show you that alignment and show you that in fact there is an alignment between these two objects. Now up to this point, it was hard for people to understand how this is possible. This is possible because everything is done on a spiritual level, and it's possible because the Bible is correct in saying that in fact Satan is the ruler of this world. So all through the ages, he has been the master of all the technologies. Everything we've been given has been given to us by him, so that we can, in effect, be tempted to stay in this material realm, and tempted not to believe in Jesus Christ, and tempted to start to believe that we could just be reincarnated and one day we'll remember and we could just stay here forever and enjoy life on earth, right? That's Satan's goal. Look at the Eiffel Tower. I put this dead center to the center of the Eiffel Tower. Now we're going to go to the Great Pyramid in Egypt. And this is unbelievable. Now, though it does not align with the corners of the pyramid, it does in fact align with the angle of the pyramid. And it is exact. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Look at this alignment there. Look at this alignment. It is exact, you guys. So, this artist was in the know. You can't deny this. You simply cannot deny this. Now, has anyone discovered this yet? No, they have not. Why are we able to discover these things? Because we listen to the Holy Spirit. And that is what leads us into all truth. And that's what the Bible promises. And this isn't the first time this has happened. This has happened over and over and over again here on Enterthestars. But yet still we get people that want to mock and think we're crazy. But the day will come that those people will know the name of Jesus Christ. He will appear in the clouds. And God have mercy on their souls, because we love them as we are commanded to do, and we do not want to see anybody perish. But this is the truth. The Eiffel Tower aligns with the Great Pyramid and the three pyramids in Egypt, and it was shown depicted in a CERN Sin Globe film festival trailer that was 33 seconds long. Take care and be safe, you guys. Enter the Stars. Heliofant. I Pet Goat 2. And I've been telling you guys over the course of the last 2 years that we finally arrived at the conclusion that this I Pet Goat film is all about CERN. Today, I'm going to prove it to you. Now, along with this accusation comes the fact that there was much foreshadowing involved in this film. Foreshadowing of future events. Many of which we've proven on this channel with a simple search of pet goat. Should bring up everything you need to see about all of the foreshadowing, all of the things that happened in advance. Now, the makers of I Pet Goat have acknowledged our search for truth. When you click on Lily, it brings you to this video, which used to be linked to Roy and Roche, a YouTube handle from 2012 and 13, who was my brother in truth, who had a video decoding I Pet Goat 2, talking about a young girl named Allison Wyatt, who was still alive, yet they used her picture as one of the victims. Now we're going to get to the truth. And thanks to Tony White, who showed me this. When you type I Pet Goat with quotation marks into Google Earth, it takes you to CERN. Take care and be safe, you guys. Hey guys, enter the stars. Good morning. And this is the statue at CERN, the Shiva statue. Shiva, the destroyer. Now, there are no ground views of this other than photos. You cannot come onto the street here or anywhere in this area in Google Earth to see this destroyer statue. It took me some time to actually locate this statue. In geometry, we have what is called a tangent. It is where the edge of a circle is touched. That is the tangent of the circle. And if you look at this building in front of which the CERN Shiva statue was placed, you will see that the corners of this building form a perfect tangent on this circle. Here and here. Again, the tangent is the alignment of the edges of a circle with something else. And there is a clear alignment going on with the corner of this building here with the edge of this dome. So you're probably asking yourself, where in fact is this yellow line pointing? And I'm going to show you. The epicenter of the earthquake in Nepal. Now, how is all this related? Why is it important that that tangent of that circle from the CERN Shiva building aligns with Nepal? Well, I'll tell you why. You see, something very evil and wicked is going on. And when people die, I have a problem with it. This is Nepal, and this is the makeup of their religion. Shiva being mentioned as a guardian deity of the country, and 80% of people worshiping Shiva, the destroyer. This is Shiva, and she carries a trident. And here are the images of Shiva in front of the CERN facility that was placed there in 2004. Now, in doing a little digging, I came to understand that this statue was placed there on June 18th of 2004. Well, June 18th is the 169th day of the year, with 196 remaining. Does that ring a bell? It should. 69 and 96 is the yin and the yang. And Barack Obama released Dreams of My Father in the same year, but in its previous publication on July 18th. That fell on the 199th day of the year, with 166 remaining. Can you see the pattern? 199, 166, 169, 196. So it would make sense then why Barack Obama would be on the cover of Newsweek in 2010, emulating Shiva, the destroyer. And then when you convert that November 22nd cover date to the Julian calendar, which is what he lives by, you get 11/9, November 9th, which is 9/11 backwards. This was the earthquake in Nepal in 2015 that happened very near the 88th meridian. And there was also an earthquake in Nepal in 1988 and 1934. And we can begin to understand how these dates all interlink together, and that February 13th, February 14th, 2013 was when CERN was shut down, and why that date of Valentine's Day has significance. And then we can also understand when CERN was fired up and began emitting beams, which, by the way, time spelled backwards is emit. On April 9th, just before the earthquakes in Nepal, we can start to piece together the truth about our reality. That April 9th date that CERN fired up it and had its first successful beam, being the 99th day of the year, with 266 left. Matching the July 18th date and the June 18th date that we saw at the placement of the Shiva statue and the release of Dreams of My Father by Barack Obama. And the scientists at CERN admit that they don't know the ramifications of the experiments that they are doing. The earthquake occurred on April 25th. In leap years, the 116th day of the year at 11:56 a.m. Here's your 9/11, upside down and backwards. With 111 days left until the end of the year, there's your 111. So I'm putting Barack Obama on notice because 88 days before the release of his second publication of Dreams of My Father, August 10th, 88 days before that day is May 14th, in just a few short days. And we're being told that there will be a close approach of an asteroid on that date. So now you can begin to understand images like this from CERN, the dance of destruction, Shiva, the destroyer. And you can begin to understand what they're really talking about as they dance around CERN. So you understand that Shiva is just not some random statue, some random gift from India, that it has far deeper meaning regarding our earth. And the images that we see, the symbolism, and everything else they show us through our consciousness. So you need to begin to ask yourself, is there a synchronicity here? I believe there is. Take care and be safe, you guys. Hey guys, enter the stars. And I hate to say it, but the calendar means something. In fact, the calendar means everything. June 18th, the 169th day of the year, with 196 left, was the date in 2004 when Shiva, the statue, was donated to Geneva, Switzerland, to CERN. From India, it was a gift. Now I want you to count the number of flames you see, excluding the central one, on each side. And there are 14 on each side for a total of 28. Now, the 28 stands for the 28 years that the World Trade Center stood before falling, from 1973 to 2001. But the 28 goes much deeper. The 28, the factors of that number are 2 and 14, as well as 4 and 7. The 2 and 14 is the date of Valentine's Day, February 14th, Lupercalia, we've been talking about. And the factors of 4 and 7 is the number of floors that Building 7 had. Building 7, the building that opened in the 14th year of the total 28 years of the World Trade Center. So you see, nothing is by accident. And when we fail to realize or recognize the big picture of what's going on, we then perish for lack of knowledge. Guys, be sure to check out my backup channel if you only knew. I'll put a link in the description. I'll be uploading a longer video that I can upload on this channel, talking about 1987 and the halfway point, and Late Night with David Letterman and his 5-year anniversary special. We'll be decoding that on that video on my other channel, as well as looking at Susan Vega and decoding the entire story behind her and her work. Take care and be safe, you guys. And you guys, and thanks for showing up tonight. And apologies for the short delay. September 1st, 2015. And you guys, it's been an amazing ride. And we have some interesting new stuff to share with you guys today. You know, the elites never cease to amaze me, you guys. It's simply unbelievable. And what ends up happening is we get a situation where these elites just are in our faces with this stuff. They're not even afraid to reveal it anymore. It's come to the point now where it seems to me as though they're actually showing off. They're actually putting this stuff right in our faces, okay? Now, to those of us that are even slightly awake, we see it loud and clear. But the frustration comes when we see that people are not awake at all, and they are just simply sound asleep. And we have to watch as they are just drowning in this disinformation and drowning in all of the effects of this matrix that we live in, you guys. So all we can do is what we're doing. Share this information, get it out there. Talk to as many people as possible, all while trying to maintain your sanity. Trying to understand that we can make little changes, but the real change comes with all of us working together, all of us that are awake. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if all of us here, this group here on YouTube that has banded together, if we could have complete 100% solidarity and be able to somehow affect the world and change the world? I believe it's possible, but we definitely have to become organized, share this information in a way that people can understand it. And my main goal when I get up each and every day is to try to find a way to communicate what I already know is the truth to all of you so that you can take it to other people in a rational argument, something that is non-confrontational, yet it gets the point across. And that's what we deal with each and every day. Now, this wasn't a prime time slot for me to do this live chat. It was kind of short notice. I think I picked this up probably time the group that we do. We can do a little interactive. September 1st, 2015, the rise of the rainbow. Okay, this is what it's been all about since 1973. And Google is at the forefront of that in terms of the internet, as you know, the #1 search engine. Now, what I believe you're seeing here on your screen before your eyes is the final combination of colors all into one G. Okay, so they took all the colors and they combined them into the G. Do you think it's an accident that now the rainbow flag flies high above the White House in 2015? Do you think it's an accident that Google decided to change their logo at this very moment? Now, this goes much deeper than what I'm telling you now. And we're going to get into that about what this logo means, when it changed, the date, and the significance of that. Because, like I said, it's in our faces at this point. Now, the rainbow signifies lots of things. But one thing it signifies for sure is that the yellow is the third of the 7 colors of the rainbow. Now, the word Google only has 6 words in it, and they're using those 6 colors, but there is one more color. Notice that the purple is left out, okay, in the rainbow here. So they go here around the spectrum, and they leave out the violet or the purple. That's because purple is the magic color. Purple is the magic color. It is the red and the blue, okay? So here we have the G with the red at the front and the blue at the back, and those make the purple, and that is the magic color. Now, as you guys know, I don't use any script when I come at you on these live chats, and I don't even use a script when I'm doing my videos that I put out for you guys each and every day to speak and say to you. And amazing revelations happen as you speak from the heart. And here we are in 2015, the legalization of gay marriage, the final attack on God's temple. We're at 42 years since Roe versus Wade, and I believe this is the 42 months mentioned in the book of Revelation 13. I was born in 1973. I am 42 years old. And here we are. I was born on March 29th, 329, which is 923 backwards. And there's been a lot of talk about the date of 923. But all of you know my position on that we should not focus on the date. Rather, we should focus on today. Okay? So make sure we're still connected. I'm going to pop back in the chat. Make sure you guys are good to go. Small group today, but hey, it doesn't matter because each and every soul is what matters. One soul at a time, okay? Do Dome have a certain radius? Thanks for speaking from your heart. Amen to that, Linda. Hey, Joanne. Thank you for being here today, you guys. So, here we are with Google. And what you're going to notice is that they go through a timeline history. Now, these dates are going to be very significant, and I'm going to make this as simple as possible, okay? Because I know it can get confusing. But the main thing to remember about this, you guys, is they're using the 3 calendars, Gregorian, the Julian, and the Roman calendars, and they overlay these calendars on top of one another. They also like to use mirror dates, dates within dates, and mirror dates of one another. What you're going to see here is they're going to show the progression of the new Google logos. And look at this. Every single change, except for this one, I guess. Wow, look at that. Going back to 1998, the changes have been on September and May. September and May. What does that mean? Well, I'm going to show it to you right now. And this is crazy. Make sure we're still connected. We're still live. Right on. Hey, those of you that have joined, Vinyl is awesome. Hey, how are you? Joanne J, Indigo, Reina. Thanks for joining us. This is going to be one of our best live chats, and I'm glad you guys could make it. We're going to blow this one out of the water, I believe, because we found some bombshell information about why Google changed their logo today. Okay? We're going to get real on this broadcast. I've got some things on the agenda, but as always, it is open to whatever suggestions you guys have. And since we have a small group, we'll be able to answer more questions. Okay, you guys? All right. So what is going on with this other than the red and the blue makes purple? Okay, other than the red and the blue, the beginning and the end of this G make purple. Well, let me explain it to you. G is the 7th letter of the alphabet. Building 7 fell on 9/11. And Building 7 had 47 stories. Now, I got some collaborations coming up that I want to announce to you guys today. And that's why I'm mentioning it now, because it does apply to the number 20 years, because they follow the moon. Not like our calendar that does not follow the moon. And September 14th is the Hebrew New Year. And it was the Hebrew New Year on 9/11/6 BC, which also forms a perfect mirror upside down and backwards. So, what's going to happen on 9/14? I don't know. And what's going to happen on 9/23? I don't know. I know 9/23 is my birthday backwards. And I do know that in the film Now You See Me, in the invitation cards, that this date of March 29th shows up as well. We covered this on previous videos. March 29th, the 88th day of the year, was prominently shown in this film about magicians. Now, I've had some discussions with some people about the future, and if these people can predict the future. And you know, you guys, I just simply don't know. And this is going to be a topic that Nicholson 1968 and I are going to talk about on this channel. Here's our 444. This is everything we've been talking about, you guys. The 44th president, okay? The 144,000 mentioned in the book of Revelation. I did a video actually looking at this address, 45 East Evans Street in New York. Link that back to some other things, but we looked through the gates of this address in a previous video. But this is simply unbelievable because everything we've discovered is about the inner eye. We're going to look at that a little bit too on this video. So Nicholson, 1968, and myself are going to collaborate, and we're going to discover some things that he actually discovered, which is pretty amazing, regarding the number 47 and the number 7. And these are things that Nicholson himself has brought to the table. So I'm going to not dwell on that too much because I don't want to steal the thunder, but it will be a great show on September 13th. So when you see that reminder come through, when you see that come through your feed, go ahead and hit the reminder button so you can be reminded of that event. Now, tomorrow, I'm going to be on with Yash Kara on his radio show, and we're going to talk about the Book of Enoch. We're going to talk about the 14 evergreen trees that Enoch mentions in that book. We're going to talk about the canonicity of that book and how it fits into the Bible and how it should have actually been included in the canon. I'm going to go into that realm as well. We're also going to talk about the 7 mountain ranges that Enoch talked about 2,000 years BC. Before much of the world had been discovered, Enoch was talking about the 14 evergreen trees, the 7 major mountain ranges of the world, the 7 major river systems, and the 7 islands, he calls them, which are the continents. And it's simply unbelievable that this is largely ignored in history, that an ancient document could have shown all of these amazing things. So we're definitely going to be talking about that on Yash Kara's show tomorrow. That'll be up on Spreaker. I'll probably upload a video. You guys can get into that if you want as well. All right. All right, let's look in the chat here, see how you guys are doing. I'm glad more people could join. I know it's a little early in the day and it's a weekday. Hopefully the East Coast people can pop on this chat today because we've got a lot of important things to talk about. All right. Wow, that's amazing. Amazing human being. And I knew this. And the numbers do not lie. Dave is 37 on the 11th of September. Doing this little story about it. Here's the new logo. It's basically they took away the serifs. Now I come from a graphic communication background and marketing from California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. My concentration was design reproduction technology. We learned about fonts, we learned about Photoshop and everything else, and that's why I can speak with confidence on these subjects when I see photoshopping going on with the media, because I came from the media, okay? My very first job out of college was at TV Guide, and it was amazing how at the last minute the publisher would come in and want to change the cover, and we would go into the pre-press and we would look and say, we don't see what's being changed on the cover. Like, what are they changing? Well, now I know. All of this stuff is steeped in the occult, you guys. All this stuff matters. It has to be carefully orchestrated. So what they did with this is they removed the serifs. They call that a sans serif. This is a sans serif font, which means in French means without, or drop the serif. The serifs are the little parts that poke out on these fonts. All right. So they removed the serifs. Okay. What is a serif? Well, a seraphim is an angel. A seraphim is an angel. Now, again, I'm speaking from the Holy Spirit. That just came out of me right now. Do I know if it's the truth? I believe I do know. They're removing the angels' wings. 2014. Pretty crazy. Now, this is the date of September 1st. Going to blow this up for you guys so you can see exactly what's going on now. I just showed you the 44, and now you see me. And now you see the 244th day of the year is September 1st. with 121 days left until the end of the year. And when we do the reverse of that, the 121st day of the year with 244 left, that is May 1st. So Google chose a holy, high, occult holiday to change their logo. I'll say that again. Google chose an occult, holy, high holiday to change their logo. The Beltane Festival of May 1st is the anti-date of September 1st. This is the highest date on the Druidic Witches calendar. May 1st is the Illuminati's second most sacred holiday. Human sacrifice is required. This is the anti-date of the date that they chose to change their logo. And as we just showed you here, they have changed their logo on the September and May dates going back to 1998. Notice they don't tell you the exact date, they just give you the month. Now you know, May and September are anti-dates of one another. May 1st and September 1st. So I wanted to cover that with you guys because that was the bombshell today that I discovered. It's kind of nice doing these live chats because I can just kind of talk. Sometimes it's harder to do a video, you guys. I do want to talk about the CERN rainbow universe. This is crazy. Okay. Somebody sent me this link. I can't remember who. Now they're referencing that CERN had an accident. They created a rainbow universe. So of course I did some digging. I found this was the link that they sent me. But then I did some digging and found out that this actually occurred on March 21st. Okay. Now in that part of the world, from our part of the world, it's March 22nd, and that is 322 Skull and Bones. But what happened was a rainbow universe was created, okay, in the 17-mile wide loop of the CERN super collider, all right? Now, why does this matter? This matters because we were already talking about the rainbow before this happened in 2014. We were decoding the rainbow here. The three atoms that make up the seven colors. The third of seven, that is the 37. Okay, that is the Christ number, I believe. 37 being the 12th prime number. 73 being the 21st prime number, forming a perfect mirror. 12, 21, 37, 73. 12/21 being the darkest day of the year, the day that Christ brought light into the world. He was conceived, and 38 weeks later, he was born a man on 9/11. Those are my beliefs and my opinion. Now, we talked a lot about the rainbow from 2014. We decoded Interstellar. And then we talked more about the Sandy Hook, Kentucky bluebird over the rainbow. These are all videos you guys can click on and take a look at. And then finally, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transsexual flag and how that was flying high over the White House, completing the 42 years. So let's take a look at our next subject, you guys. Let's text the chat real quick. Make sure you guys are rolling. We'll just continue, guys. So I don't like to dwell on them too much. This isn't gematria. This is something different, okay? Of course, here are some of the videos that I've done. Let's take a look at the images here. Try to pull up the 3773 cube star matrix, and here it is here, okay? Now, we determined that this fits inside the inner eye. It actually forms the mathematics of our universe, okay? This is our inner eye. This is the prison, all right? There are 37 dots inside the cube and 73 total dots inside the star. This is the cube star matrix, 12th and 21st prime numbers. Thought I'd do a quick review of that for you guys. All right, let's take a look in the chat. Make sure you guys are rolling all right. Thanks for coming out. For those of you that just showed up. Yeah, something in the air since 9/11. Hopelessness. Wow, God couldn't save us. See, this is what they do, okay? They create the red and blue pill. You choose one, you choose religion, and then it fails you, and then you lose hope. That is the goal of the enemy. Do not give in, you guys. Do not give in to that. Understand that God has everything under control, and everything is going to be okay. Simply have love in your heart. At the end of the show, I'm going to share some techniques that I use to stay close to God. You guys, there's times, there's way, the highest day of Druidic witches calendar, May 1st, the Illuminati's second most sacred holiday, in which human sacrifice is required. Now, are they going to carry out some kind of event today? I don't know, you guys. Against the tide. How? Because the world we live in is evil. The thoughts of men are bad all the time. Okay. On my show tomorrow with Yash Kara, let's go ahead and pull up his channel here. On the does a show together here, and that's doing. It says the meek, and if I can't come at you guys with meekness, then I don't need to be on here. And that's how I feel. So let's take a look here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, White Rabbit. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Barry. CERN Rainbow. Yeah, I'll put links in the description. Basically, CERN says that they created a rainbow universe. And we were already talking about the rainbow months before that happened. We were talking all about CERN, you guys. All about CERN. Okay. Here's the CERN Film Festival, in which people 8 to 88 got in free. All right. That probably toward the end of the show. And now this happened on April 1st. Now, what is the significance of April 1st? Well, it actually didn't happen on April 1st. It happened on March 21st, which is 3/22 in some parts of the world. There's your skull and bones. But it was posted on April 1st. Now, as I've told you guys, we just talked about March 29th being the 80th day of the year. Well, 3 days after March 29th is April 1st. This would have been the day that Christ was raised from the dead. He was crucified on March 29th, the 80th day of the year, and risen in 3 days. That's April 1st, which is why they call it April Fools, because we are the fools, right? And they said that while the Large Hadron Collider was warming up on March 21st for another round of experiments, circuit controlling one of its massive magnets shorted out. Oh, lo and behold, an accident. Yeah, right. Dismayed, scientists began repairing the equipment, hoping for a short delay. Just yesterday, CERN announced that the LHC could restart within days. Then the unexpected happened, as physicists were testing the repairs by zipping a few spare protons around the 17-mile loop. The CMS detector picked up something unusual. The team feverishly pored over the data and ultimately came to the unlikely conclusion in their tests they had accidentally created a rainbow universe. Now, on March 22nd, I was around. I was doing videos. Why didn't we see this at this time? I believe it was probably underreported. So now we caught it, so that's why we're covering it now, you guys. It says rainbow universes were pure speculation before this happened, said Jessica Cerniski, the CERN physicist who was overseeing the warm-up procedures. We had some solid math backing us up, of course, but none of us ever dreamed we would live to see this day. Now, what's up with the rainbow? Well, we covered that on our rainbow video. But let's take a look at the rainbow. A rainbow, let's look at the Wikipedia article on this. We'll do a quick recap on this. can only be viewed at 42 degrees. I'll say that again. The rainbow can only be viewed at 42 degrees. Why is that important? Because 42 was in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy as the secret to the universe. And as we just showed you, 42 years after 9/11, Google decides to change their logo with the rainbow. Rainbow can only be viewed at 42 degrees. Look at all these 42s in here, you guys. And Google has decided to change their logo 42 years after 9/11. All of this fits together like a glove. It can't become any more clear. Here's the 42-degree spectrum of all light of the rainbow. Christ is the yellow. He is the third of 7 colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's your 37, your 12, 21 cube star matrix, the 12th and 21st prime numbers, 37, 73. It's all there hiding in plain sight, you guys. Fascinating stuff. Why we've been given this information is because all things will be revealed in the last days. Nothing will be hidden, you guys. Last days. All part of this. Each and every one of you that has contributed information to this channel to help us find the truth is go ahead and think of some things you want to talk about. When I pop back to the chat, if I missed it, if it's higher up in the queue, just with the lady that was shot in the news, the news station by the Enter the Stars, Faunus, the Green Man, CERNUNNOS, the Horned God, Lupercalia, the worship of Pan, and Faunus, the Horned God. Lupercalia, February 13th through the 15th. The World Trade Center, February 26th, converted to Julian, February 13th, the first day of Lupercalia. In 1993, the first bombing. Now it all ties together. Liberalia, the pagan roots of St. Patrick's Day, and the green phallus of Faunus. Do you see how all of this ties together? The green man is in fact the serpent himself, repackaged and republished to deceive you. CERNUNNOS, CERN. It was always CERN all along. And this is the horned god covered in gold. Pictured an iPet goat. And this must be CERN. This is CERN in Google Earth. And as you can see, I've overlaid the image of it so that you can see this clearly. See the outline of where CERN exists on the map. And it just so happens that when you connect the outside edge of this circle with Stonehenge, it passes through the vicinity of where they found the pillar with the only known images of CERNUNNOS. as you can see here. This is Stonehenge. And the last known location. The location where it was actually found. The Pillar of the Boatman on the Ile de la Cite in France. And this is the line that passes just through Paris, France, and back to CERN. The Pillar of the Boatman, depicting the only known image of CERNUNNOS, was found in the bowels of Notre Dame, in an island on the Seine River, in France, amongst temples, and was then moved. Here we get the only images of this horned god, as depicted here. But we know who the horned god really is. And we know what these rings represent. The rings of CERN. They call these rings hanging from them torques, which kind of sounds like an orc. A stiff neck ring in metal, made from a single piece or from strands twisted together. The wires of CERN twisted into a giant ring. They identified the person as having a very high rank. They were designed for near permanent wear and would have been difficult to remove. The word torque, to twist, comes from this word, and we know that the Coriolis effect, the torque, the torus, the secret to energy, all comes from this word. And these look like some modern day amulets that people wear for health. The dying Gaul depicts a wounded Gaulish warrior, and Julius Caesar was from the Gauls. Caesar was the grandfather of CERN. It was the first Hadron Collider, right from their website. Now, you know who these people worshipped. Wicca is known to worship CERNUNNOS, and what we have continued to tell you guys all along is that Satanists run this world. Period. And in the history of mankind, no other project has had more money spent on it. Your tax dollars. CERN. Take care, be safe, you guys. Enter the stars. And you think that they don't recognize the number 88? Cineglobe. Hey guys, enter the stars, and thanks for coming out again today. Let me pull up this view page here. Started, you guys. What a show again. I brought you guys here tonight, hoping that you guys had some time to look at what was going on with CERN. Now, that CERN has been in the news. There was a weasel that caused an electric short circuit. Now, in watching Jason A's channel, we actually saw that there was like 66,000 volts that went through these wires, according to CERN. And of course, the CERN logo looks like a 666, but this goes far, far deeper. And I'm going to expose that today. And as far as I know, nobody has been able to identify what the weasel means. What the weasel means. Now, the first thing that we need to do here is establish that the CERN program in all of its affiliates programs throughout the last several decades, many of these programs were named after the gods. So it would make sense then that CERN would represent CERNUNNOS. Now, for those of you that don't know the story about the weasel, apparently a weasel crawled into the underground CERN labyrinth and chewed through some wires that were carrying 66,000 volts of electricity. The weasel fried, of course, and then the CERN went down. They said it actually caused it to go down, and so they had to actually fix it. And it's supposed to be coming back online later this month. The minute I heard that story, I knew that there was something fishy about that. Now, I see you guys in the chat mentioning that Face Like the Sun had done a story on this. Yes, this is what kind of prompted me to look into this deeper. And we're going to get into this, and what we're going to cover tonight, again, you will not believe your mind. Now, I want to give a shout out to Face Like the Sun. They actually did a video profiling this channel. One of the first attempts I've seen to collaborate with this channel, and I appreciate that. And it's no sooner had he done this video, here came the trolls to try to sabotage channels like mine and his working together. And I was battling the trolls in the comment section. But luckily, the video stood. He did a great job showing how we showed the church in Manhattan, the burning, and how that was foreshadowed in iPad Go. That was what the video was about. So for any of you that are not subscribed to Face Like the Sun, I do recommend that channel. Go over there and you can see his work on my work. Okay? So that's big news because we've seen an influx of new subscribers after he did that video, and I appreciate that. He's a really big channel. I think he's got about 100,000 subscribers. So if any of you happen to be over there on his channel, give him a shout out and encouragement, and let him know that you're glad that he did a video on mine. That's how all this works, you guys. Instead of the trolls being the loudest ones to bark and being the loudest wheel that gets the grease, we can be the loudest wheel to get the grease. So if you guys like this collaboration, his work, and said, you guys, I think CERN is CERNUNNOS. And when I dug deeper, of course, I found all of these crazy synchronicities. But as you see in the title of this video tonight, this live hangout, there are many, many more programs named after ancient gods and places. So it's not a surprise that CERN would stand for CERNUNNOS, because they have all of these other projects that stand for other things, acronyms after Greek gods. And we're going to go through those one by one. And after I establish the connection to all these gods, we are then going to look at what the weasel means. Pop goes the weasel. That's going to be at the end of this program tonight. So first I want to give some shout outs. Real sweet. Illuminati confirmed. Somatically incorrect. Ozaru. Thank you for moderating, Ozaru. Sounds like you got your wrench working. Awesome. And to help out in the chat here. Sarcasm is permitted. Real sweet. You have now been moderated. We've got about everyone we're going to get in here right now, and I'm going to go ahead and get started. Now, I have videos from the past of all of these things that I'm talking about, but they're all scattered. So I'm going to bring them all in together, okay? We're going to look at all of these different CERN programs. Now, let me be clear. This isn't me saying that these CERN programs are these gods. These are the actual names of all of these CERN projects. They are named after gods. Okay, we're going to start with Caesar because he was the first one. This is Caesar, and obviously you can see that the spelling is wrong. When looking at this image, let's view this image here. Let's blow it up for those of you on a cell phone. This is Caesar, okay? And let's read the description about what Caesar is. On December 18, 1963, the first beam circulated in the CERN electron storage and accumulation ring, acronym for CESAR. Now, December 18th is Saturnalia. December 18th is Saturnalia. So you're wondering, what does Saturnalia have to do with Caesar? Well, the two are closely linked. This is from the Saturnalia website for Wikipedia. It says here the day marked the dedication anniversary of the Temple of Saturn in the Roman Forum in 497 BC. When Julius Caesar had the calendar reformed because it had fallen out of synchronization with the solar year, 2 days were added to the month, and Saturnalia fell on 17 December. It was felt, however, that the original day had thus been moved by 2 days, and so Saturnalia was celebrated under Augustus as a 3-day official holiday encompassing both dates. Therefore, Saturnalia falls on December 17th through the 23rd. And here it says, of Caesar lo Saturnalia, hailing Claudius as the new emperor after the assassination of Caligula. Okay? This is central to the theme of Caesar. Caesar and Saturnalia are linked. And that's why on December 18th, the second day of Saturnalia, the first beam circulated in Caesar. This was in 1963. Let's move on. Minerva. This is a CERN masterclass. Let's read about this. Tool for students to learn more about the Atlas experiment at CERN. We're going to talk about that experiment as well. It is based on a simplified setup of the Atlas event display, Atlantis, another name of where the gods lived, which allowed users to visualize what is happening in the detector. The aim is to look at Atlas events and try to recognize what particles are seen in the detector. There are tutorial events, then a selection of events to categorize, and finally a search for the Higgs. The project is a joint venture between the Rutherford Appleton Laboratory and the University of Birmingham. So this is an advanced masterclass educational program, Minerva. But Minerva is also a goddess. I wrote some notes here because I didn't want to leave anything out. But Minerva, the goddess, is the goddess of, what does it say here? Wisdom. So it would make sense that the CERN program would name an educational course after her name, because these are the people they worship. Now, she's the goddess of wisdom, arts, trade, and strategy, born with weapons from the head of Jupiter. Okay, this goes on. Let's read about Minerva. They got pictures of her. They've got temples to Minerva. Here's the Temple of Minerva in Tunisia. Now, the Romans celebrated her festival from March 19th to March 23rd. Many of you will remember that in March, I don't know if it was this year or last year, they were beating the war drums. The war drums were beating, right? Well, because this is the festival of Quincatria, the 5th after the Ides of March, the 19th, an artisan's holiday. Quincatria is all about war. Okay, and Minerva was the war goddess as well. So this goes on, and it says here, the seal of California depicts the goddess Minerva. Her having been born fully grown symbolizes California having become a state without first becoming a territory. Even the president of Guatemala tried to promote worship of Minerva in his country. And there are Hellenic-style temples in parks around Guatemala. Here's the Bavarian Illuminati. The third degree of the Bavarian Illuminati was called Minerval, or Brother of Minerva, in honor of the goddess of learning. CERN educational programming. Minerva, the goddess of learning. Later, this title was adopted by the first initiation of Aleister Crowley, the known worshiper of Satan. This is our CERN Hadron Collider. And I'm sick of the attacks when we are simply trying to expose and research this for ourselves. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the pagan roots of these establishments. I'm tired of all the when we've proven the Satan depicted with owls. We talked all about what the owl means. The owl eyes in the night sky being our prison, locked away from heaven, and them worshiping that prison. Because the owl eyes in the night sky is the star spin that we see at the equator. We've shown you guys that many times on this channel. And look how sick this is. Minerva is displayed on the Medal of Honor. Sacrifice. Because that's their highest degree of sacrifice is war. That's how they get the most sacrifice, the most bang for their buck. They make up these false conflicts, and then they send men into sacrifice. And then they have the gall to put the freaking symbol of this onto the Medal of Honor. So this goes on. I'll be in the chat in a minute, you guys. I'm just trying to kind of get through some of this. Those are the main references. We saw it with our own eyes. Bohemian Grove. Bavarian Illuminati. It's right there, hiding in plain sight. Now, let's go in the chat and we'll continue on exposing the projects of CERN named after the gods. Shout outs in Channel Life Path TV, Marianne, Ozaro, Callie, the Spirit King, Valentina. Hi, Valentina. All right, let's continue on with this. Sickness. Now, this is Atlas, another CERN project named after a god. Ancient gods. Okay, this is it. This is Atlas. This is they even have a Wikipedia page on it, so you know I'm not making it up. Collaboration. The group of physicists who built and now run the detector was formed in 1992 and proposed Eagle and Ascot Collaboration's merger efforts to build a single general-purpose particle detector for the Large Hadron Collider called Atlas. The design was a combination of two previous experiments and also benefited from the detector research and development that had been done for the superconducting supercollider. The Atlas experiment was proposed in its current form in 1994 and officially funded by the CERN member countries in 95. All the countries in the world are wandering after this beast. They're all giving money to it. It is the hallmark of their careers to be able to go work for the beast. They even call the detector components being shipped to CERN and assembled in Atlas in the Atlas experiment pit. They call it the freaking pit. The abyss. And we're just too stupid to get it. This is Atlas in mythology. He held up the earth. He is a Titan god of endurance and astronomy, condemned to hold up the sky for eternity. Although associated with various places, he became commonly identified with the Atlas Mountains. He was a son of Titan. So this is Atlas. Next, on deck, Petra, another CERN project. Let's read about Petra very briefly. New third generation synchrotron radiation source. Petra 3 accelerated its first beam on April 16th at 10:14 a.m. The positron bunches were injected and stored in 2.3 kilometer accelerator for the first time. Started the operation with the beam includes a 2-year upgrade that converted the storage ring Petra into a world-class X-ray radiation source. The most powerful light source of its kind, Petra 3 will offer excellent research possibilities. So it's all its rest. Nobody knows what these people are doing here. They're firing beams is what they're telling us they're doing, which is ridiculous. They're not firing beams. They may be firing beams, but there's a reason why they're firing these beams. And it ain't what they're telling us. Petra. So what else is Petra? Let's read about Petra. Let's pull up some notes on Petra. Because this is going to blow you away. You know all this talk about Baal worship, and the Arch of Palmyra? Well, apparently Palmyra and Petra are related because Palmyra grew in importance and attracted the Arabian trade away from Petra, and then Petra declined. So they're blaming Palmyra as the reason for Petra's decline. And of course, Palmyra has the arch of Palmyra. It also talks about a semicircular arch. Here, series of tomb fronts, which terminate in a semicircular arch, a feature derived from North Syria. This is where Palmyra is, in North Syria. So this is Petra. This was in several of the movies. This was in the movie, what's that movie called? There's a movie with, drawing a blank. Raiders of the Lost Ark. One of the Raiders of the Lost Ark installments. They showcased Petra because it's this amazing cutout right out of the rock. Okay? Right out of the rock. There's just Petra. So now this brings us down to CERNUNNOS. Now that I've established the case that these Satanists love to use these ancient gods as acronyms for their sick sorcery projects, now it is not a stretch to assume that they could be talking about CERNUNNOS when they're referencing CERN. Why? Because CERNUNNOS is the Lord of the Rings. Let's read about CERNUNNOS. Let's pull this up here so I don't forget anything. Now, I was shocked to discover Janus in CERNUNNOS description. Often depicted as Janus, the CERNUNNOS type included Janus-like god. Janus was the two-headed god. And we showed you the Janus Fund, and now they show the two-headed god. Janus is CERNUNNOS, is Baal. It's all related together. Now, CERNUNNOS carries these torque rings. They show it here. Let's blow this up. These are the rings people can buy to put on their wrists. Okay. This is what you're putting on your wrist when you do that. You're putting this torque ring from the ring of CERNUNNOS, which is probably why Saturn has rings on it. Okay. You guys will recognize that. What else do we have here? Let's look at some more of these torque rings. It says both antlers have torques hanging from them. Here's another picture of CERNUNNOS. Here he is here. He's got these antlers in the early growth stages, they say here, with these rings around his ears. Now, we saw this depicted in Labyrinth. There was a giant creature with rings hanging off of his head at the doors, okay? We did a decode on Labyrinth showing the torque rings. I think they came by and copyright striked that particular video. But this goes on. They're saying that CERNUNNOS is related to Mercury. Mercury. We talked all about Mercury and what that means. Merchandise, mercantilism. It's our money system is Mercury, you guys. That's how they control all of us. Through money. This Pater is also related. All this goes back to ancient Roman pagan worship, rituals, sacrifice, and their satanic holy days, which have become now our modern holidays. Okay? I have a video on almost every single holiday that we celebrate showing you the pagan roots. And here it says, let's see here, let's look this up. Mercury. This here, CERNUNNOS was never assimilated. Scholars have sometimes compared him functionally to Greek and Roman divine figures such as Mercury, Dis Pater. Now, this is ancient Celtic culture as well. It says here there have been attempts to find the CERN root in the name of Conall Cernach, the foster brother of the Irish hero in the Ulster cycle. In this line of interpretation, Cernach is taken as an epithet with a wide semantic field, meaning angular, victorious, bearing a prominent growth. Let's look at this guy, Connell Cernak. See if we see anything going on with this character, since he seems to be linked into CERN. Hero. He's a hero in Irish mythology. Said always slept with the head of a Connachtman under his knee. It's an obscure word. It's all legendary. His father was this guy. His parents' marriage was barren until he visited a druid and was advised to drink from a certain well. She took the drink from the well, swallowing a worm with it, and became pregnant. So this is some kind of druidic myth. She bore a son. This might be the birth of the Antichrist that they're describing here. Came to initiate the child into their religion and prophesied that he would kill more than half the men. They would always have a head under his belt. Jeez. Talking about crooked necks. Look at all this crazy stuff. All right, so we got off track there a little bit. All right, back to CERNUNNOS. Now, this goes on because in neo-paganism, it says here in Wicca and other forms of neo-paganism, a horned god is revered. So CERNUNNOS is revered. Or revered, sorry. And this is our CERN Hadron Collider. This divinity syncretizes a number of horned or antlered gods from various cultures, including CERNUNNOS. The horned god reflects the seasons of the year in an annual cycle of life, death, and rebirth. In the tradition of Gardnerian Wicca, the horned god is sometimes specifically referred to as CERNUNNOS or Cernunno. Now, let's look at, now that you guys are educated on ancient Greek mythology and how it relates to the CERN projects, we're going to look at Hierophant. Now you know what this ring might mean. Now you know what this ring might mean from Hierophant. How it's prominent and it looks like a black hole sun, like an eclipse. And then they took the dot from the eye and they moved it over. And now you see how that might be this CERN symmetry. Let's put CERN symmetry opera. Now you know how that is probably in reference to this. This is the I and the O, you see. So let's see, where is it? Here it is. Okay, there's your side by side. Boom. One on the outside, one on the inside. One on the outside of the ring, one on the inside of the ring. But it gets better, because we talked all about CERNUNNOS being a horned god. Let's blow this up. And there's your horned god with the gold of a god in antlers out here on the wall in this 2012 animation. Here is your golden ring with the dot outside, which looks exactly like this. Right? It's the same thing. They're even positioned the same. That's sick, you guys. Because nobody else gets this except for us. And now you see how if you take this dot and you draw a line through the center of the circle, connecting the dot, that it points to CERNUNNOS on the wall, you see. Now, after this scene, this girl drops this apple, which is the torus field, which is what CERN is. It's a giant torus field. And it rolls across the floor and opens up into a lotus flower. And it hits Obama's shoe as Obama drops a bead of sweat. And Obama's presidency is almost over. And this iPad Go 2 film and the timeline in the film is almost over. Now I'm going to go in the chat and we're going to finish up in about 5 minutes as I show you the bombshell, which is the weasel mentioned in the story of CERNUNNOS. The weasel mentioned in the ancient story of CERNUNNOS. That is what's coming next. For those of you that came out to hear the truth, bless you, because now you know. All right. Apparently Obama has a Snapchat video, says the Spear King. Gosh, we better see that. That'll be something to decode. All right. Here we go, you guys. How I found this, I have no idea. This is a book called The Ample Branch, A Path to Celtic Ritual. We just mentioned the Celts in our analysis up to this point. Now I'm going to make this full screen. I'm going to blow this up so you can see this book. And we're going to look at the book and when it was written and so on and so forth. But we're going to read in here about CERNUNNOS and the weasel. Okay. This is what they were referencing. It says here, the stag, meanwhile, we will place in the south, the place of the underworld and hidden things. We just saw the stag on the wall in iPad Code 2. Precisely when the CERNUNNOS, abandoned by the goddess in her flower maiden form, enters his own Gemos phase and begins taking on stag-like characteristics. So this is all ancient Celtic ritual, okay? This is what this book is about. There are many other stories that confirm these patterns in Celtic tradition. In Irish mythology, the flower maiden is called Blotnut, little flower. We just talked about the flower, right? We talked about the lotus flower. A name obviously related to Blodawed. She is an object of contention between the great hero Cuchulainn and the mysterious underworld figure Cúrioi, which almost looks like Cairo or Chiro Macdair. In some versions, she clearly appears to be the wife of Cúrioi, the keeper of his otherworld castle, where terrifying apparitions test the courage of heroes. In others, she is said to belong by right to Cuchulainn, but is stolen by Cúrioi, and then conspires with Cuchulainn to bring about Cúrioi's death. We have here the same ambiguity that appears in the Poil Gwal Rhiannon relationship in the first branch of the whatever all that is. Okay. To name only 3 obvious examples among many similar triangles. The shifting allegiance of the goddess is, as we have explained, cyclic. As queen of the underworld, she chooses the CERNUNNOS figure at Samhain. We talked all about Samhain and how that's related into Halloween and the 5th of November. But as flower maiden, she prefers the Mapanos figure on Beltane. Beltane is Baal. Beltane festival. We've been talking all about that date of sacrifice, Beltane. Cuchulainn, being the son of Lu, is clearly Mapanos here. Cúrioi, in his giant uncouth Baklak form, suggests that the Hawthorn giant, as well as CERNUNNOS, whom resemble as master of the otherworld stronghold, but in his possession of a weapon that can deal both death and life, he seems to belong to Sukalos, good striker, god type, which is exemplified elsewhere in Irish tradition by the giant figure Dagda with his club. Indeed, the Dagda and his son Angus are opposed in a CERNUNNOS Mapanos relationship. And it well may be that this Sukelos was, at least in some parts of the Celtic world, a manifestation of the unhorned CERNUNNOS. What they're doing is they're drawing associations between these different deities, right? This goes on. It should be pointed out that the tale of Cuchulain's testing by Curoi, as told in Fled Bracken, became the basis of the well-known Middle English story Sir Gawain and Green Knight. Since the name Gawain belongs to Arthurian tradition, it seems likely that the story was not borrowed directly from the Irish, but from a British Celtic source. Gawain may have been a standard Brythonic equivalent of Cuchulainn, and in that case, Gawain's name in Welsh tradition. Gwalchmai, Hawk of May, there's that May Day again, sacrifice, very explicitly associates the figures with Beltane, May 1st. Gwalchmai is, in fact, one of Culhwch's companions, helping him accomplish the tasks set by the Hawthorn giant. Okay, so we've got giant factors here. You're asking, where's the weasel fit into all this? Yet another significant detail may link Blathnot with Blodawed. Both may have, upon relinquishing their flower maiden status at the end of the Samos season, taken in animal forms. We know that Blodawed turned into an owl. Remember Minerva's owls? It's all linked in together, you guys. The creature with the prophetic voice from the other world, standing on the threshold between life and death. Standing at the threshold between life and death. The threshold. Behind the spinning stars is heaven, but we can't see them. We can't see heaven. Usually announcing death. We have no story specifically recounting Blathnet's transformation, but in modern Irish, Blathnade is one of the words for weasel. Blathnade is weasel. Blathnade, which is this character we've been talking about, related into CERNUNNOS. The weasel in Celtic tradition has many of the same fearsome associations with the other world that the owl has. So they fried a weasel to depict the underworld and fearsome associations with the owl. It's all symbolic, you guys. It is sorcery of the highest degree. The weasel has the power over life and death. And there are stories from oral tradition about women with magical powers turned into weasels. As far as I know, no one else is covering this. And again, this video should go viral, but it won't, because people are asleep. Thus, it seems very likely that Blathnet's story may, in versions now lost to us, once have ended much like Blodawed's. So the weasel is a symbol of the underworld, similar to the owl. So maybe the weasel will be their new symbol, since we already exposed the owl. So there you go, you guys, in black and white. Now let's look at this book. Let's get an idea of what this book is about. A Path to Celtic Ritual. About this book. I'm going to put a link to this in the description for anyone who wants to dig deeper. Hey guys, Enter the Stars. This is the 88th episode of The Twilight Zone, The Last Rites of Jeff Myrtlebank. Let's take a look at this episode to see if we can find any clues. Now you'll be shocked to realize that James Best, the star of this episode, the 88th episode of Twilight Zone, is now 88 years old. He is still alive. I always like to take a look at the actors first in these episodes because they reveal the clues. Also, in the very first scene, we have a total of 21 people in the first scene. And of course, we know that Jesus was conceived on December 21st. He brought light to the world on the darkest day of the year. Now this is Sherry Jackson. She is now 73, and Jesus was conceived in 3755 in the Hebrew calendar. And we know that the World Trade Center was an analogy for Jesus' life, and that's why they built the World Trade Center, and it opened in 1973. Edgar Buchanan died on April 4th. That is the exact date that the World Trade Center opened, on 4/4. We also know that Martin Luther King was assassinated 5 years before the World Trade Center opened, on April 4th, the same exact date. Now this is crazy. William Edgar Buchanan was born on March 20th, 1903. We know there's an eclipse coming up this year in a few short weeks, on March 20th. He died in 1979 at 76 years old. And the day he was born, March 20th, is on the 79th day of the year. Born on the 79th day of the year, and he died in 1979 at age 76. Now, you can't get past these synchronicities. This is right on the button, and the same formula applies to everything we do. We don't change the formula. The primer is the primer. We use it and we get a result. Period. The number 79. 79 was 22 years before 9/11. 22nd prime. Another Jesus Pearl was in the towers fell at the age of 73 in 2001. Now, did you know the number of days between Pearl Harbor and 9/11, which was December 7th to 9/11, is 87 days. Another actor, Dub Taylor, born on February 26th. That is when the first World Trade Center bombing took place. And this anti-date is 11/4, one day after the new Freedom Tower would open. And 11/4 was also Egyptian Valentine's Day. February 26th, converted from Gregorian to Julian, it's February 13th, the beginning of Lupercalia. Obama was a United States Senator. He's noted as an uncommonly shrewd politician, and some believe he must have gotten his education in the Twilight Zone. And on 9/11/2001, which is the pivot point and focus of this episode as we determined by the actors in this episode, and it being the 88th episode. In that year, in fact, Obama was a United States Senator. This is classic head wound, death. Then this is all Revelation 13 right here. He says, since last Wednesday, of course, we've discovered Wednesday is the wolf day. That's why they call it hump day, Woden's day, Woden, Mercury, 88. See, it all fits in together. This is the 88th episode. Listen.
Sure wasn't beaten day before yesterday. You was sick, son. Real sick. Worst case of flu I've ever come across in my whole medical career. I'm surprised he lasted past last Wednesday.
Well, I hate to cast a shadow on your medical career, Doc, but I'm not going to crawl back in that coffin just to save face with you.
Now remember, this released 8 days after the last day of Lupercalia Festival, in which they cut thongs from the skins of animals that were called February, and this released in February. Now I want you to listen to this next part. All the answers are right here.
I feel a little weak, but rested.
Hungry. Well, I could eat the hide off a bear. I'm real hungry.
I reckon you should be. I know you ain't ate for 3 days.
Now, remember the date of the eclipse was March 20th. We also had Battlestar Galactica, the very last episode, released on March 20th. The episode was born on...
Hello, son. Well, I'll be double dogged. My own folks are scared of me.
And there's the double dog reference. You cannot make this up. So they're all a bit skeptical, but they go with it. That he's been brought back from the dead. Listen, he eats a fried rabbit, or she's going to make him a fried rabbit.
Bless you, we'll get you right on home.
Just as soon as I crank up.
I'll fry you a nice rabbit.
Now, remember, Lupercalia lasts 3 days. The middle day is 14, so it goes 13th, 14th, and 15th of February. We heard the doctor say he hasn't eaten in 3 days. We also hear here she says it's been 2 weeks. That's 14 days. Listen.
That fence.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't. It's only been 2 weeks since you was at the brink of the grave. You oughtn't to be toiling from sunup to sundown.
So he toils in the dirt from sunup to sundown. And of course we know what that reference is. Of Adam toiling in the dirt. And that being the curse of the dust. And also the serpent being cursed to the dust as well.
I'll have 4 days there. That should be plenty of time. October the 4th. October the 4th. October the 4th.
If we lose 4 days, that epidemic...
Well, we could be in the past a whole month and it wouldn't take away any time from the present. Let's go.
Jeff, look at this. Jeff, look at this.
Today is Saturday, October the 7th?
Well, sure, mister. Jeff, what's the matter?
Computers, I should have guessed when I dumped us in the wrong place. We should have been here October 4th, remember?
What difference does that make? We still have 4 days to find Dr. Henderson.
I'm Dr. Phillips, Doug Phillips. I hope we haven't kept you waiting.
Inside, the detector. 44 meters long, 22 meters in diameter.
Mobile TikTok 1 to TikTok base. Permission to enter code Red Lion. TikTok base.
Inside, the detector. 44 meters long, 22 meters in diameter.
Master Sergeant Jiggs, the ramrod of our security forces. Glad to meet you, Senator. I'll take that, please. There are over 12,000 personnel quartered in each of those complexes.
You know, Phillips, every time I check your budget figures, I ask myself the same question. Is time travel really worth all this?
Senator, the control of time is potentially the most valuable treasure that man will ever find.
The most valuable treasure that man will ever find. It's certainly the most costly.
Each complex is over 800 floors deep. Going into free fall for 800 floors. There's much more to see below. 800 floors deep. 800 floors.
800 floors deep. 800 floors.
That's the monster that's cost us all this money. Yes, sir.
a little like traveling in time. It's attempting to understand how men lived in those days, what they were thinking. Man's instinctive curiosity about the past manifests itself today in a new type of archaeology. It uses a giant machine whose aim is to go back in time. To understand the origins of the universe 15 billion years ago.
What do you think? Pretty expensive toy. Tommy! You come out here a minute?
Doc! It's gonna work. I just finished the polarization and it just feels right.
Floors, 800 floors.
What do we see in this dim, distant past? The symmetrical world was born in our universe. With each particle observed today will be associated a similar partner, but with a much higher mass, called a supersymmetrical particle. Another challenge for the LHC, identify this partner.
Doug, can't you stop it? Not now, he'd burn alive.
In the 1980s, a 27-kilometer circular tunnel was dug out of the rock 100 meters down. And in this tunnel, the LEP, a particle accelerator. It's situated near Geneva, at the foot of the Jura Mountains. The LEP accelerates electrons and positons. It accelerates protons, which are 2,000 times heavier than electrons, at a speed close to that of the speed of light. Where did we come from? Where are we going? Soon, no doubt, thanks to the LHC, we shall have the beginnings of an answer. Inside, the detector, 44 meters long, 22 meters in diameter.
And there you have it, the 1966 CERN Titanic Time Tunnel. 2 films, one in 1966. This is when a time travel series aired that eerily mimicked the current and future experiments at CERN. The series was called The Time Tunnel, complete with UN white helmets, deep underground marine bases, and super colliders. And when you break down what CERN admits to experimenting on, it sounds an awful lot like time travel. Sending heavy particles, matter, me and you, at speeds approaching the speed of light, to change those particles' perception of elapsed time. When you really think about it, that is exactly what they're doing. And it's only a matter of time, no pun intended, before they send living tissue through the wormhole to try and trick time. They shall seek to change times and laws. It is written in the Bible. Is it possible? In the first episode of The Time Tunnel, a man travels back in time to the deck of the Titanic, the maiden voyage, on April 10th, 1912.
April 13th.
Are you superstitious?
Saturday, April 13th.
Let's see how this fits into all of this. We know that October 4th is a very important time travel date. It just so happens that on October 4th, time was changed in the year 1582 by a Pope Gregory, giving us the Gregorian calendar. And on October 4th, 1582, 11 days disappeared from the calendar. Now here's the clincher. Pope Gregory died on April 10th, the day of the Titanic's maiden voyage, hundreds of years later. And here's some more spooky synchronicities. We know about Baron Trump's adventures that seem to predict Baron Trump, the president's son, and how many are perceiving this anomaly as time travel. Well, a similar thing happened with the Titanic. A book was written 14 years before it sank that seemed to predict it. And there's more. Pope Gregory, the guy who changed time in the 1500s, had a beef with the then Queen of England and sought to overthrow her in his war against Protestants. Now, anti-Catholic sentiment was strong in England in the years leading up to the Titanic. The boat builders even would spray "No Pope" on the sides of the ships. And there's even an urban legend saying that they would imprint anti-Catholic sentiments on the rivets of the boat. Now, King George V, who was the king at the time of the sinking of the Titanic, was coronated a year before a future pope was there to represent the Catholic Church. He gave the king an iodine-soaked salutation upon the king's coronation, which he claims accidentally happened. He spilled some iodine on the salutation, which is like a letter, and ended up just soaking the whole thing in iodine. And guess what? Iodine is most abundant in seawater. This was a year before the Titanic sunk. Was the Titanic some kind of retaliation 300-something years later against Protestantism? Was there some kind of supernatural weapon, or maybe even just simple sabotage? They could have loaded it up with explosives and blame it on an iceberg. Now, at the time, there was a law in England that anyone who wanted to ascend the throne had to renounce Catholicism. The language was pretty strong. And George V went through and softened that language to just professing your faith in Protestantism instead of renouncing Catholicism. But maybe that wasn't enough. All of this in the months leading up to the sinking of the Titanic. And then, miraculously, just after the Titanic, Catholicism began to flourish in England and around the world, bringing England to their knees in submission to the papacy. an empty school bus, swallowed by a black hole. But where are the children? In the skepticism of the truth, everybody forgot to ask where the children were. These were the dreams of people very close to CERN. Dreams of a school bus engulfed by a black hole. This is the world above CERN. And in this documentary called The Circle, they discuss time travel, the creation of life, madness, and sacrifice. What is a circle? It's a time loop. These are excerpts from the documentary The Circle, and it's not what you think it is. He smiles and gazes straight in front of him, and then his head starts to grow and grow until it reaches the roof of the bus. I can see nothing else. My eyes are fixed on this image. I can't move. Time stops. Only my thoughts continue. Time stops as if it had never been before. You see, they are working on changing time at CERN. There are people who say that the LHC can produce such a phenomenon. A black hole that makes disappear the entire Earth. These kids were in the barracks of CERN and climbed up the water tower there, 100 meters deep. What were they doing underground? The circle will be my track. And as he walks, we see the adrenochrome soccer ball. And this is repeated several times in this documentary. The soccer ball is adrenochrome, the molecule. Sometimes there are landmarks that show us the way, but most people have no idea that they are standing right on top of the LHC. The ring passes exactly under those big trees. Until here, through the middle of this field, it is about 80 meters deep. This cherry tree stands exactly above the circle. And it produces fruit like there was nothing going on. The cherries are excellent. Now they make instruments, says this man, to see what the human race can become in the future. Because the human race must go on. That's the reason why we must keep trying to be able to glimpse of the future. The universe creates things that we don't understand. And the scientists want to recreate what initiated the universe. I wonder what they are doing, says this man. I think we don't know everything. They're hiding things from us, but that's science. Those scientists are very intelligent people. I met one of them when I was still a florist. He wanted to buy flowers for his wife's birthday. He didn't even realize that he was in his pajamas. He had lost his mind. He was in his own world. They might say I'm the crazy one, but I often think these people come from a different planet. Religion teaches us that we live and we will relive. But then, is there anyone that has ever come back? Who will come back to tell us no one ever came back. They're talking about time. I've heard that there simply isn't a before because time isn't linear. We end up with notions that surpass me, says this man. Research would simply be wrong if a scientist would pose from the start that there isn't a God. That kind of reasoning is wrong, says this priest, because you exclude the possibility of discovering God. Yet, that's exactly what they're doing. God created this earth. Scientists always want to know more than they already do, says this man. They try to find out if God really does exist. Was it really him? They always want to continue to explore and discover. That's the purpose of research. But I, with the very little knowledge that I have, I wonder if it is of any use. And then there's the delusion that aliens seeded the planet and that one day we will all begin to understand and be able to recreate life in our image, according to this couple.
One of the most stunning possibilities envisioned by CERN scientists, the creation of black holes. Was the creation of black holes.
If it's a failure, I think it's a beautiful and poetic failure. And it's almost like in terms of the Tower of Babel.
The Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel.
The Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel.
Trying to reach some ultimate meaning of existence.
And when the night fell, he kept us busy by making us look up at the sky. He taught us about the stars. And at the end, he gave each of us half of the sky to count. Counting the stars to make time go by faster. In a way, the scientists also look at the stars, smashing particles, grains of sand, just like the stars. Take care and be safe, you guys.
Dr. Wyndham, can you explain what Eve is?
E stands for electromagnetic vacuum energy. The colliders pretty much do what the name implies. They smash together subatomic particles, which then in turn create massive amounts of energy.
Didn't anyone call you? There was a security breach last night. Someone remotely accessed the Orléans mainframe in Geneva using his codes. Fossil fuels were being depleted at an alarming rate.
Selected super colliders around the world have already started changing their system specifications to concur with our new collider configurations.
In 2005, oil, gas, and coal accounted for 86% of the world's energy production. In 2010, the EVE project started, the solution to the world's energy problems. A clean, renewable, almost limitless energy source, the solution to the world's energy problems, which has reduced fossil fuel consumption by 65%. Spanning France, Switzerland, and Spain.
Spanning France, Switzerland, and Spain.
3 remotely linked super colliders have, for the past decade, been supplying almost every European nation with unlimited clean energy.
With unlimited clean energy.
The goal of this summit is the eventual sharing of this technology.
Approximately 11:13 p.m. local time last night, when the EVE Collider installation in Orléans, France went critical. The resulting explosion was nothing short of catastrophic. Much of France lies completely in ruins, with the blast wave reaching as far north as Paris, leaving the City of Lights to face its darkest hour.
A quarter of France is gone, David. I need answers. I remember the term Doomsday Collider being thrown around.
Doomsday Collider being thrown around.
And that you and Raj categorically dismissed the claims that...
The alarmist one entirely wrong.
During our research, there was one simulation that kept making Higgs fields in an intense magnetic field. But we knew it would take a specific set of codes to make that even possible. You know, these particles, the Higgs fields, they're not supposed to exist in an intense magnetic field. We named those codes the Doomsday equation.
You and Raj knew that there was a 1 in 1,000 scenario where your collider system would destroy the planet.
Sweetie, I've been watching the news. Why are all these planes crashing? They're saying it's got something to do with your colliders. Is that...
The alarmists, they believe that by us smashing together the protons at these kind of speeds, they believe that we were going to create some kind of mini black hole. Kind of mini black hole, which inevitably leads to the end of the world.
Creating a mini black hole or a mini Big Bang, that's impossible. Everyone knows that. Those were just a bunch of conspiracy theorists.
Not exactly. We had information to the contrary. Look, we knew that, it wasn't possible unless someone deliberately, and intentionally altered the codes to the collider.
The only thing keeping that Higgs field from expanding and doing the same thing to the rest of the world are the remaining colliders.
What is that?
That's the electromagnetic field about the remaining colliders.
Okay. The electromagnetic field about the remaining colliders. Okay. Need to see the downed aircraft and satellites in the last 24 hours.
As we continue contain this Higgs field, it will expand and do the same to the rest of the world. And the only thing stopping it of these colliders, it will be the end of everything. You will create a black hole. A black hole!
Let me start out by saying this most definitely will not be how the world ends. The Bible's clear about what the end time scenario will be, and the world getting sucked into a black hole isn't one of them. But leave it up to Hollywood to put fear into you and to push their one world agenda. CERN appears in Annihilation Earth. This was a 2009 film, but it was set in 2020. And they have this device called Eve, and it's a free energy device. And the device utilizes 3 super colliders in Spain, France, and Switzerland to power all of Europe. So they've got a couple different themes weaved into this free energy theme. They've got also the 2020 agenda. Obviously, the UN is pictured behind the woman, and the project is called Eve. And as I told you on this channel, the real goal of CERN is to create life in their image instead of God's. They want to create the new mother. They want to replace Eve. But something goes wrong with Eve, and an explosion wipes out most of humanity. In fact, it explodes the entire Earth at the end of this. I didn't show it because it's not necessary. But Eve stands for electromagnetic vacuum energy, as you heard him say. And that to me sounds a lot like a black hole. Now, one thing I thought was interesting about this disclosure is that they admit to CERN's EMP field causing planes and satellites to fall out of the sky. And this field was actually caught in a weather satellite radar imagery, as you saw in the video earlier. And I don't know why this didn't go mainstream, but they were busted. There was an actual perfect ring field over Geneva, Switzerland, and it was most definitely caused by CERN because weather patterns just don't do that. Now, these planes falling out of the sky, you got to remember this was 2009, before all those planes went missing. I think the planes went missing in like 2013, 2014. So we get to the end of the movie, and it wraps up with the scientists making like a fatal error, and they're trying to fix this problem that they say was caused by these rogue agents, these terrorists. And they make a wrong decision and end up ending all life in the world, and the whole planet explodes. So the question remains, what are they really working on at CERN? Well, I think they're trying to figure out the key to arranging matter in their image. And I think they're also trying to send that matter to other dimensions outside time and space. And they were somewhat successful in doing this to a certain degree by sending these particles of matter close to the speed of light and smashing them into one another. And these particles actually change. Their physics actually change. They become heavier. Their atomic mass grows. So this is what's going on, and they're using this CERN theme to drum up support for their one world government, one world order, by saying we all need to work together, and if we don't, and if we keep fighting, we're all going to blow ourselves up with CERN's technology. Anyway, you guys, take care and be safe. We're going to go from start to finish and cover the curse of the dust. Now, one thing I learned in church was that there are many, many things that are unexplained in the Bible that church pastors and educators seem to gloss over. They don't really dig into the things of the Bible to really explain what these symbols, events, and things mean. And one of those subjects was the dust and the curse of the dust, mentioned in Genesis. Now, what many people don't remember is that the dust, the curse of the dust, actually occurred in 2 different instances in the Bible. First, the serpent was cursed to the dust, and then Cain was cursed in the dust. So, there is what we call a synchronicity that nobody bothers to dig in deep and explain in the Bible. And so we're going to examine that today. Now, this even goes back to 9/11 and how the two towers were dustified. This was a rebellion against heaven. This is why we saw all the dust. And the twin towers signify the duality. Cain and Abel, as well as the two thieves on the at the cross, at the right and left hands of Christ when he was crucified. They were the thieves of good and evil. This is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The bloodlines, the duality of the bloodlines. So we're going to get into the curse of the dust. We also saw the dust references at the Gotthard base tunnel that we just covered, where they were slapping dust on each other with these like straps. And we're going to start from the beginning, you guys. We're going to start from Genesis 3. Now, to this point, the only thing that I can see, the only evidence that this doctrine could not be correct is Genesis 4:1. But as I explained in a recent video, that passage does not make sense. Eve saying that she got a child with the Lord. How did she get a child with the Lord? That doesn't make any sense. And in fact, the Word of God is divine and it is infallible. But the translations of that word is what is being changed. That is what we need to look at. So if someone says to you, oh, you're doubting the Bible, no, you're doubting the translators. I want to see the original manuscript of the Bible. I want to see this passage for myself. Cain was from his father, the serpent, the devil. The first murderer was Cain, and Jesus says this to the Pharisees. You are like your father, the devil, the first murderer. You are of your father, the first murderer. And who was the first murderer? It was Cain. Remember, the fallen ones used to eat humans. This is why God said, do not eat the blood, because the Canaanites were doing exactly that. So God told the Israelites, you don't do it. You don't worship their false gods. You don't eat blood, drink blood. The Canaanites were cannibals, and they were vampires. They drank blood because the blood has the life in it. And God told Noah, do not drink the blood with the life in it. You can eat animals, but don't kill something and just drink its blood, because the blood is still alive. And the cannibals know, and the vampires know, that when you do that, you gain power from it. But it's evil power, because it's cursed, because God told us not to do it. So if you're doing that, that's bad. So that's a little more on the whole thing with cannibalism. We're going to start from the beginning with the very first curse of the dust, and that was the serpent. The Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed more than the cattle and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go. Now, this belly word has references to the womb. Sexual genetic sin, and there was a sexual genetic consequence or punishment from God. The serpent went on his womb or his belly, and the woman has birth pangs. That is a reproductive, sexual, genetic consequence to the action of a sexual sin. God would not give her birth pangs for disobeying and eating a fruit out of a tree. The two don't match. The punishment matches the crime. And we have a precedent for this in the Bible. All you have to do is think laterally and look across all the other times God has punished someone, and each and every time the punishment fit the crime. And Genesis is no different. Plain and simple. Now, God also tells the serpent he will eat the dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. These are the two bloodlines. Again, identifying what the sin was about. The sin was about the seeds, the bloodlines. Why would God say this here if it wasn't about the seed? You see. So, God then talked about conception and bringing forth children, childbearing, birth pangs. And then he tells Adam, because you have heeded the voice of your wife and have eaten from the tree of which I commanded you, cursed is the ground for your sake, the curse of the dust. In toil you shall eat of it all of the days of your life. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. And this is why Jesus wore a crown of thorns, to correct Adam in his thorns and thistles. All right, so we see the curse of the dust, of the ground, the dust from which they came. But this goes on, because then Cain had a curse of the dust. Now, many people are asking, why did God reject Abel's offering? Cain's offering. And everyone's asking, is it because Cain did something wrong? No, because both of them gave their first. It says here, Cain was born a tiller of the ground. He was born out of the dust, the ground, after the sexual sin. And Cain brought his first offering, but it was of the ground, of the cursed dust. Why? Because the serpent had just been cursed to the dust. And Abel brought the flock of the fat. Now, what I want you to recognize here is that they both gave their first offering, because it says also Abel brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. So they both offered the first. So to this point, there's no other reason why God should reject Cain's offering. But he did because he had to. Because his offering came from his father, the devil. The sacrifice, Cain's sacrifice, was from the cursed dust of the serpent. It represented that. And Abel's offering represented the very same type of offering that the Israelites, the pure seed from which Jesus would come, their sacrificial system was based on these lambs for sin. And therefore now you begin to see clearly why God rejected Cain's offering. Because his fruit, God said, you will know them by their fruit. His literal fruit came from the tainted dust. And he was of the tainted dust. The curse of the dust. Now, Cain was punished. But first God said, before Cain killed his brother, why are you angry? And why has your countenance fallen? In other words, your face. Why are you sad? Why are you angry? If you do well, will you not be accepted? You see. the light and dark side within him. And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door. Sin lies at the door because he has the serpent inside of him. Why wouldn't God have had this talk with Abel? They're both brothers, right? If they were both from Eve, wouldn't God be talking to both of them? Cain had not sinned yet. He had not killed his brother yet when God had this discussion with him. All he was mad. But God has to have this talk with him. He said that sin's desire is for you. He was predisposed to sin, but you should rule over it. The inner struggle. The inner struggle. Many of you have that inner struggle in your life. Wanting to do good, but sin is always crouching at the door, always right outside the door, waiting to drag us back in to the dark side. Then Cain went on to kill his brother. And Cain says, I am not my brother's. He goes, am I my brother's keeper? In other words, is Abel really my brother if I'm from a different father? Do you see how now this is not a leap? But because we've been brainwashed into a paradigm of how the story goes, we accept it. So here's the punishment of Cain. This is the voice of your brother's blood cries out for me from the ground. So now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength to you. So it was like a double curse. So he went from the ground's cursed to now you're not going to get anything out of it. A fugitive and a vagabond you shall be on earth. But God still made a way out for Cain. Cain says, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Surely you have driven me out this day from the face of the ground. I shall be hidden from your face. I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond on the earth. And it will happen that anyone who finds me will kill me. But then God protected Cain, and he said, whoever kills Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark on Cain, lest anyone finding him should kill him. Why did God protect Cain? Because Cain was half human. Cain was half human, and God had to make a way out for him. Now, there is erroneous information out there saying that Cain didn't have children. When someone says that, and you see them say that, that's a lie. Because it says here in the Bible, Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. Now, this isn't Enoch. This is a different Enoch. There's two Enochs in the Bible. Cain built the first city, and he called it Enoch. Enoch. Wow. I was looking at this and going, wow, does that kind of sound like New York? Enoch, New York? Enoch? I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch. So, and then many of you have pointed out that the bloodlines at this point separate. And Enoch or Cain is not counted in the line of Adam when they look at the bloodline of Adam. That tells you that they're two separate bloodlines. Abel's sacrifice matched the Israelite sacrifice system with lambs. That tells you something, because the Israelites rode the pure blood. Because from their tribes, one of the tribes of Judah, would come Jesus' bloodline. Adam, David, Solomon, Nathan, Now, Abraham's in here somewhere. So it goes Seth, Enosh. Let's pull this up. View image. Seth, Enoch, Solomon's in here. Judah, Jacob, Abraham, Isaac, Terah. This is the bloodline of Christ. Seth was included in the birthright. Yes, because Seth came from Adam. Because Eve again became pregnant. She became pregnant again after Abel was killed. Seth then reignited the bloodline from which Jesus would come. What we're here to do today is to talk about Pan, the cave of Pan, basically the birthplace of Pan. And the birthplace of Pan is at the foot of Mount Hermon. So we're going to get into this area that is in Israel. Now, what you're looking at here is an actual map of this grotto, they called it, Caesarea Philippi. This is actually the name of this place where they call it the Cave of Pan. Now, there are many caves of Pan. Here are some of them around the world. There's one in Athens, and many of them, and most of them are actually in Greece. It looks like they're naming about 8 or 10 different caves of Pan. And one of them, the only one that's not in Greece, is in Israel, and that's the one we're going to look at today, called Banias. This is Bahias, and I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. And this is basically the birthplace of Pan. It says here is the Arabic modern Hebrew name that developed around a spring once associated with the Greek god Pan. It is located at the foot of Mount Hermon, north of the Golan Heights. Mount Hermon is a very bizarre place because we are told in the book of Enoch that the fallen angels descended at Mount Hermon. Okay, this was the point at which they entered into the material realm and took for themselves wives, right? And that this is where the incursion of the fallen angels began. The bloodlines mixed way back in the beginning of time. Now, we're going to get into Mount Hermon, even though this Pan's grotto is at the foot of Mount Hermon, where the spring comes out. It is fed. These are the headwaters of the Jordan River, okay, which is a very important river that goes to the center of Israel. Jesus was actually at this spot. We're also going to get into that later in the show. Archaeologists uncovered a shrine dedicated to Pan and related deities. We're going to look at these shrines where the statue of Pan once stood. The ancient city was mentioned in the Gospels of Matthew and Mark by the name of Caesarea Philippi. This is what I was just telling you. And we get an entry from Jesus himself. Here it is. It says, Jesus sent him home and said, do not go back into the village. Then Jesus and his disciples went on to the villages around Caesarea Philippi. On the way, he questions his disciples, who do people say I am? They answered, some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, others say you are one of the prophets. So Jesus was at this location with the disciples. Why would he pick this place to ask them who he is? Well, this is interesting because any other time in the Bible where Jesus used the word I, talking about himself, we see that the Greek word for the word I, describing himself, is actually EYE in Greek. Mount Hermon not only is the place where these fallen angels came down, but it is also the place where the highest ancient temple exists in the ancient world. 9,000 foot elevation this temple existed, which is appropriate. So when he says I, this is the word that he uses. The word EYE, as you can see here, it's repeated a couple different times. EYE, and it's actually a W, but if you rotate this to the right, it looks like the word I, like the eye in your head, the noun, instead of the pronoun I. Jesus said, blessed art thou, Simon Barona. For flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And this is key, because most of us have to see the flesh and blood, the anatomy, to have the truth revealed to us. But this is it. This is the site. We're going to look more closely at Mount Hermon. Okay? All this is connected and related. Let's go back up here. But here is the legacy of Pan. We're going to keep reading in a minute, but I just want to make sure that you guys understand what we're dealing with here. Apparently, this is a well-traveled place to come see in Israel. Now, as we keep reading, the once very large spring gushed from the limestone cave, but an earthquake moved it to the foot of the natural terrace where it now seeps quietly from the bedrock with a greatly reduced flow. From here, the stream called Nahal Hermon in Hebrew flows towards what once were the malaria-infested Hulu marshes. So here's the history of Pan. It says here, the pre-Hellenistic deity associated with the spring of Banyas. Now this is Mount Hermon, where the fallen angels came. And this particular Wikipedia article talks about all these temples. There are many, many temples in Mount Hermon. Okay? Let's look at them. It says the temples of Mount Hermon are around 30 shrines and Roman temples that are dispersed around the slopes of Mount Hermon in Lebanon, Israel. Again, these are the higher elevations above Banyas that we just looked at, where Pan originated. It says discovery of the Hermonian temples in rural villages began in the 19th century with surveys by Edward Robinson and Sir Charles Warren. 10 sacred sites were also documented by Daniel Crenshaw. It says there is a sacred building made of hewn blocks of stone on the summit of Mount Hermon, known as Qasr Antar. It was the highest temple of the ancient world, sitting at 9,232 feet above sea level. It was documented by Sir Charles Warren in 1869. Warren described the temple as a rectangular building sitting on an oval stone plateau without roof. He removed a limestone stele from the northwest of the oval, broke it into pieces, and carried it down the mountain and back to the British Museum, where it currently resides. An inscription on the stele, translated by George Nickelberg, reads, "According to the command of the greatest and holy God, those who take an oath proceed from here." What oath could they have been talking about? Well, they tell us. They connected the inscription with oath taken by the angels under Simjaza, who took an oath together, bound by a curse in order to take wives in the book of Enoch. Hermon was said to have become known as the Mountain of Oath by Charles Simon Heno. The name of God was supposed to be a Hellenized version of Baal or Hadad, and Nickelberg connected it with the place name of Baal Hermon, Lord of Hermon, and the deity given by Enoch as the Great Holy One. You guys, Baal simply means Lord, but it represents all of the false gods, false deities in the Bible. There are many Baals in the Bible mentioned. The point is, it is the symbol and representation of false gods mentioned throughout the Bible. So now you know the truth. I discovered that Pan is CERNUNNOS. Yes, Pan is CERNUNNOS. Pan is CERN. CERN is CERNUNNOS. Now we got some clues to this when we saw the opening of the longest base tunnel in the world earlier this year. It was called the Goddard Base Tunnel. Went through the Alps, and we saw the eyes of Molech coming through, right as they dug these two tunnels that look like the owl eyes. The horned god, as it says here, This is part of a Wicca. This is witchcraft. This is Pan. Here it says right out that Pan is CERNUNNOS, the horned god. Okay. Now, what the pagans will tell you is there's nothing wrong with this. This is simply worship of the wilderness. There's nothing wrong with this. This is what they will tell you. Okay. But nothing could be further from the truth. There was human sacrifice involved with this. Okay. It says here, the horned god Pan, removed from the classical context of the writing of the Romantics of the 18th century, and connected with their ideals of pastoral England. See, this is the lighter version of it. What they don't tell you is that all of this is steeped in much deeper and darker occult. Here, they draw the association, the horned god, stemming from the merging of CERNUNNOS, a horned god of Celts, with the Greco-Roman Pan, Faunus. So we see that they are one and the same. And CERNUNNOS is CERN. And if you think that's a stretch, understand that many of these LHC rings, okay, these colliders, that many of them are named after gods. Atlas, there's Petra, Hera. These are all names of LHC programs all around the world. So it's not a stretch to think that CERN stands for CERNUNNOS. So let's keep this going, because we saw this imagery repeated with the Goddard Base Tunnel opening. Here it is. They had all these people cruising around with horns. This is it here. They all had these horns on. These were like the virgins. I think there were 12 of them. It was a man's body with women's breasts. Okay. And of course, that is the anthropomorphic Pan. He was sexless as well. This guy busts out. This was toward the end. They show him on the screen, and then he actually shows up. Okay. And when you look at images of the Goddard Base Tunnel, here it is here. Let's look at this one. Make sure you guys can see this. Here's him on the screen. They had this giant screen. They actually at one point showed the human eye. Okay. That's them mocking Christ. Horned God. Here are the eyes of Molech. These are the stars spinning in the night sky at the equator. This is exactly what it looks like. With time-lapse photography, it looks like the eyes of an owl. They do that on purpose because this is our prison. We can't see heaven in its brilliance. It's blocked out by the darkness. Since the beginning of time. That is what we're dealing with. Now, what does this mean? Baal worship. Horned gods. It means that the people that run this world, this is what they worship. They worship the material realm. Because this is where they're going to get the bang for their buck. They get to live like kings in this reality. Okay? But those of us who keep our eyes fixed on heaven, we have a very different reality. We may be broke, we may be poor. We may have no power in this reality, in this material realm. But our eyes are fixed on heaven. Our treasure is in heaven. Okay? That is where our treasure is, and this is where we keep our eyes fixed. It also was at 33, roughly 0.33 degrees. It's not exact. 0.33 would be 20 hours here, and it's 24. So it's close but not exact, but it is at the 33 degree north parallel. Now, so we have the highest temple and the highest UN outpost, as it says here. Now they're calling this Herman Hotel, HH88. And it is the highest permanently manned UN position in the world. Now, thanks to a subscriber who sent me this wonderful panoramic view of Mount Herman. Now, this is some kind of a cross that they put here. I'm sure there's more information on that. Take a look at this. Now, the subscriber is thinking that this is the temple, and that is a good guess. Just to the left of the UN base, the highest manned UN base, next to the highest temple. That is just chilling, you guys. It's chilling. Looks like we have some kind of monument here. Looks like a bomb that wasn't exploded. and then they put, looks like, some concrete around it and some sort of a thing that they do. Of course, we see some visitors here. Now, curiously, there are virtually no pictures of this temple anywhere, even though it is the highest temple in the world. There are no close-up pictures of this temple, which to me is very curious. Highest UN base, there's a million pictures. The Herman Hotel. Highest temple, no pictures, or very few, or pictures from far away. Now, we're going to take a look at this on Google Earth and map this and see if we can't get a precise location for it. What's curious is that very close to this temple, we have an 8,888 foot elevation. It's within yards of the proposed site. This is a book that was sent from another subscriber talking about the site, and I actually have a diagram. Kazarantar is the name of the actual site that had the inscription, and they draw a diagram and they found a hidden chamber underneath it, and that's what we see here. But again, throughout all of these, no coordinates are given, no exact coordinates. Now, I did some math on some of the measurements that they did in this particular study, and it was pretty cryptic. It says here 10.1 by 6.8. That's 33.13 by 22.30 when you convert that to feet, which is 3322. And I've got an update for you guys on Game of Thrones. Got into this series and basically been watching it straight through. I think I'm on season 6 at this point. I've got some screenshots pulled up for you guys. Also found some pretty revealing stuff on Jared Kushner, his family lineage, the 666 Fifth Avenue address that he owns, his real estate firm, and we're going to dig in a little deep about the son-in-law of Donald Trump. So those are the two things we're going to cover tonight. Glad you guys could join. Let's let a few of you guys filter in. And maybe we'll cover the Jared Kushner stuff first. Let's see. Let's pull these slides up here. Okay, 666 Fifth Avenue address. These are some Game of Thrones stuff we're going to cover a little bit later. This is the scene. This is Leonardo DiCaprio, and he's sitting across from Matthew McConaughey in this 2013 film. They're having lunch at the top of 666 Fifth Avenue, owned by Jared Kushner. Now, let's look at the timeline for this and see when he actually purchased these properties. Let's see. Let's pull up 666 Fifth Avenue. Now, you're probably wondering why this is important. Now, we've heard Donald Trump go on and on and on about how much support he has for Israel. And there's a reason for that. I'm going to demonstrate that to you. There's a reason why he is supporting Israel. And it all has to do with Jared Kushner and his family lineage. We covered a little bit of this on Underground World News last Friday night. I wanted to kind of do our own live show on this to show you guys what's going on. These people are all in bed together. They marry within families. And this just never stops. We're not in this club, and so we'll never understand how alliances are formed, how bloodlines are kept, how strategic marriages happen to better or further these family goals and plots and subplots. Now, this is 666 Fifth Avenue. W's covered this, and he's talked about, you know, the obvious in your face, 666, right? Mark of the beast. But that this is owned by Kushner Realty. Let's go. Let's look in here. Let's do a search on this. Kushner Properties. Let's see when he acquired this. 2007. So when the film Wolf of Wall Street came out, Kushner had already owned the property. Now this is creepy because this is Jared Kushner. Now look at this. Look at the side by side on this. Did I pull that out? Oh, yeah, there it is. This is just weird, right? I mean, yeah, they got different color eyes and everything, but there's somewhat of a resemblance. But we're going to get into what all this means. Now, in this scene, basically, Leonardo DiCaprio is being taken to task. He's being showed the ropes as a stockbroker. Now, I did a video on Trump the Wolf, and I'll pull that up in a minute. But isn't it weird how we have the Wolf of Wall Street, and then we had covered Trump being the wolf in a video before I'd even heard or learned about the 666 Fifth Avenue. Now, this is what Matthew McConaughey is telling him. He's showing him the ropes. He says, name of the game, move the money from your client's pocket into your pocket, right? But if you make your client's money at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct? That's what Leonardo DiCaprio says. And Matthew McConaughey says, no. Number one rule of Wall Street, nobody. I don't care if it's Warren Buffett or if you're Jimmy Buffett. Nobody knows if a stock's going to go up or down, sideways, or in circles. Or least of all, stockbrokers, right? It's all fugazi. You know what a fugazi is. Fugazi, it's a fake. Fugazi. It's wazy. It's woozy. It's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It never landed. It is no matter. It is not on the elemental chart. It's not real, right? Right. Stay with me. We don't create as HIT. We don't build anything. No. So if you got a client who bought stock at 8 and now sits at 16, he's all happy. He wants to cash in, liquidate, take his money and run home. You don't let him do that, okay? Because that would make it real, right? No, what do? You get another brilliant idea. A special idea, another situation, another stock to reinvest his earnings, and then some. Now, why am I reading all this? As Matthew McConaughey is describing to Leonardo DiCaprio at the top of 666 Fifth Avenue of how the stock game works. Why am I talking about this? Because the stock game works almost exactly as the real estate game. And so what you're really looking at here is Jared Kushner at the top of his own building that he owned a few years earlier. And they're describing the buying and selling of property instead of stocks. That's what I believe that they're depicting here. Now let's look into this a little bit more. Real estate firm. First, I want to pop back in the chat here. Why is this doing this? Guys, in 666 Fifth Avenue, Kushner Properties. Let's take a look at Kushner Properties and see what this is all about. Privately held company 32 years ago, Charles Kushner. Now, this is interesting. Charles Kushner is obviously the son of Jared Kushner. This is where things get spooky and weird because his father actually got into a little bit of trouble. This is him here. Let's see here. Son of... Where does it talk about his family history? Here we go. This is Charles Kushner. I believe they're depicting the light side version here. And then under the ground, this is like the dark side, right? You know them by their fruit. What does that really mean? Well, what does this look like? It looks like an apple when you split an apple open. It's a torus field. All life manifests into the torus field. And you know them by either the dark fruit or the light fruit. Okay? What is your fruit like? Does it look like this? Or does it look like this? And so what you have here is the magnetic field. What is a magnetic field, Casey? Well, you get a current. It goes up and through the middle, comes out around the outside, and spins back through the middle. And it kind of does like this spiraling effect. So it's not perfectly vertical here. It like spirals. It comes in and goes out. And through its own momentum, it's infinite. This is a magnetic field, okay? So they're depicting that. This is the same tree. They're showing the above and the below. And I don't know why they actually look for this tree in the episode. I think it's like this tree has some kind of secret power. in this root system, they're actually able to go back in time. They do this, like they have these visions. So they're laying in and amongst these roots, and they can look at past lives and people's lives and basically be standing right there looking at the situation as it's unfolding when they go into this alternate state of reality. Now, we had talked about the 7-pointed star and the septum and the 7 kingdoms of Game of Thrones. And they mentioned the number 700 many times as well. It has turned out that the 7 has become a theme throughout the series. I think it started in about season 3 or 4, and they haven't stopped talking about it since. And in this episode, they come right out and say it, the 7-pointed star. In this instance, they're talking about a holy text. And this is their religious book. Well, we broke down the 7-pointed star, and I showed you guys what it meant. I showed you that the creator of the gorillas was wearing a black 7-pointed star around his neck. I showed you that it is that it was Aleister Crowley's religion that he worshipped was the 7-pointed star. And still to this day, I got people defending the gorillas and defending the creator and defending the 7-pointed star. And I just don't know how you can do that with all the evidence out there.
He gave me these pills before he sent me here. Said they were immunizations.
Ich brauche einen Termin für eine Grippeimpfung.
I wonder if there's been a moment in all of this when I wasn't being exploited.
The release of a viral strain that spread through customs to our world. Said she'd heard of experimentation in the early 1990s. Biological, intention unclear.
She had evidence that her side caused the flu.
Management thanked me for bringing it to their attention. Told me it would be handled. Then I was transferred.
So where is this flu virus?
I have no idea. It could be anywhere. I've been testing it for years, trying to get the symptoms right.
Testing what?
A flu virus. This is how she restores the balance. She subjugates your world like your world subjugated ours.
How come it's not gold?
What?
Your ring, it's silver.
They believe there was a very special vein that ran all the way from the heart to this finger.
Is that true?
No. People used to tie strings around their spouses' fingers.
Why do people wear them anyway?
Dates all the way back to ancient Egypt. Science was primitive.
But Daddy says the pyramids were up.
Emily, darling, can we not talk about your father right now?
It was rather easy for her to pull off. Acute arsenic poisoning. The symptoms were similar enough, and with so many bodies, no one was looking for a cause. You really think it was the flu that got them? Hundreds of millions were dying back then. Do you think anyone thought to perform an autopsy?
Bring us details of the synchrotron, heat output, related angles, and trajectories.
Something must have happened when the particles divided and went into superposition. A quantum mechanical entanglement. I'll have to see if anything's left back there to analyze. Building housed an experimental synchrotron. Used various light sources to divide particles. Until recently, that is. Whatever process had created us, it was meticulous. We were identical. Now the whole experiment's changed.
It could be herd immunity, some small variation on a microcellular level.
The environment changes, yes? Which means our immune systems must be growing apart.
It's too early to say that. You're talking about a weapon.
An insurance. For peace.
Listen to yourself. A biological weapon.
It would never be used. Could never be used. Just a precaution. If our immunologies have grown different, there could be a strain to affect them and not us.
Then why would we need such a thing?
Because if we're having this conversation, who's to say they aren't having it too?
It should never be used. It's just a precaution.
Why do we need such a thing?
Because if we're having this conversation, then so are they.
The precaution you proposed was released into our world. But by the time the flu spread, the trust was gone. Accident or on purpose, no one knows. It doesn't matter. They developed new ways to talk.
There can be two truths. God gave us both worlds. He's the creator of all things, and if all things means two Meccas, then God hears us both.
Ich hätte gern Taj Mahal gesehen.
Warum?
Ein Mann, der seine Frau so sehr liebt, dass er ihr den Taj Mahal baut. So viel Hingabe ist bewundernswert.
I didn't get mine.
I know.
How come I didn't get a shot?
You're not coming with us, Ethel.
So you don't know where or how this flu is going to be released.
I saw him and some others moving these refrigerated boxes.
And you now think it was a flu virus?
Not a flu virus. The flu. The one they're going to release in this world.
Someone should tell his father that's not how you catch a cold.
Julia, zieh bitte deine Jacke an, du holst dir noch eine Erkältung.
I'll throw a hand grenade in this world and close the doors. Those fanatics are there right now, turning themselves into carriers for a virus.
They're releasing another flu.
Our comrades built a wall to keep the West out. All it did was keep our people in, prisoners in their own homeland.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the channel. I finished the series Counterpart. And what Counterpart did was it completely pre-programmed the world for the spamdemic, or at least for the people that watched the series. So this will be the final decode. And of course, we're going to look at this trailer that I uploaded yesterday. We're going to break this down. 7-minute trailer. But before we start this decode, I want to talk a little bit about why we do what we do here and what the entire point of this is. Expose the injustices and understand that 95% of the world is lost and deceived. Believe it or not. They'll sugarcoat things and your Facebook or whatever they can. In this trailer that I put out, I'm going to send you a video. Tell me what you think. And that's how this information gets shown to the world and other people that need to see these things to wake up. This series called Counterpart. Now, the premise of the series is that there is this collider, a super collider called the synchrotron. They'll actually name it in this trailer that I put together for you guys. And what happens is this collider has some kind of a meltdown, and it causes an alternate but equal world to split off from ours. And the other world is accessed through a single subterranean tunnel. It's more like a walkway underground. And there's stairs going down, and then the stairs come up the other side, and you're in an alternate world. And so what happens is they seal off the buildings around this tunnel, and they built this secret organization to conceal the secret. And things start out okay until one of the 4 scientists who created it, he kills his counterpart in a fit of rage and jealousy. What happens is they do an experiment and they change circumstances on one side in one world to see if it will have any ripple effects. And in fact, it does. The small change that they make in the other world to break the mirror, so to speak, ends up causing one of the scientists' son to die. So he then gets jealous. He realizes that his counterpart and his son are totally fine, and he starts secretly sneaking across the crossing into his counterpart's world so he can see his son. And then this escalates into a fit of rage and jealousy, and he kills his counterpart. Now, what you're looking at on your screen right now is the real-life synchrotron in Australia. Now, do you notice anything peculiar? There's a big letter that shall not be named at the center of the synchrotron. Now, wrap your brain around this. This was 2018 that this aired, and it was probably filmed in 2017 or 2016. In the infancy of the movement. So let's get into this trailer, and then we can talk about what this split world probably represents.
He gave me these pills before he sent me here. He said they were immunizations.
Now, that was Howard. There's 2 Howards, H&H, 8 and 8. And the actual group that originated this gulf or this break, this split, this twin world, there were originally 8. Like I said, one of them kills his counterpart and they put him in jail. So then there are only 4 and 4 or 3 and 3 left. So that was Howard, and he's one of the counterparts, and he's in jail. And he talks about how he was given an immunization, and he feels like he's just a tool or an experiment.
Ich brauche einen Termin für eine Grippeimpfung.
This guy says, I'd like to schedule my that shot. So this is our world now.
I wonder if there's been a moment in all of this when I wasn't being exploited.
The release of a viral strain that spread through customs to our world.
Said she'd heard of experimentation in the early 1990s. Biological. Intention unclear.
She had evidence that her side caused the flu.
Management thanked me for bringing it to their attention. Told me it would be handled. Then I was transferred.
So where is this flu virus?
I have no idea. It could be anywhere. I've been testing it for years.
So basically, the premise behind this is one world creates a flu virus as basically insurance in case the other world tries to attack them in some way. And they justify it by saying, if we're having this conversation, then they're having this conversation. So it's all based out of fear. And then it is released, the virus is released into the other world, it kills 7% of the population. And the whole rest of the series is basically this terrorist group who are trying to enact revenge by releasing their own bee weapon back into the other world. And they wanted to also close the crossing so there can be no more interference between the worlds.
To get the symptoms right.
To see who?
A flu virus. This is how she restores the balance. She subjugates your world like your world subjugated ours.
How come it's not?
So there you heard the backstory there. Now this particular part of the decode is one of the actresses when she was a little girl back in 1984. And she's talking to her mother about wedding rings and how they originate from ancient Egyptian alchemical sorcery. And the wedding rings are described as a thread that connects your soul to your finger. Listen.
Gold.
What?
Your ring. It's silver.
They believe there was a very special vein that ran all the way from the heart to this finger.
Is that true?
No. People used to tie strings around their spouses' fingers.
Why do people wear them anyway?
It dates all the way back to ancient Egypt. Science was primitive.
But Daddy says the pyramids were
Only darling coming up with my father right now.
So what that was, they're probably talking about the vagus nerve. A vein that connects your heart to your finger is probably the vagus nerve, which is what we've been talking about here. Now, this next part, this is actually her all grown up. Emily all grown up, and she, of course, has a counterpart. Everybody in this series has a counterpart. And she ends up communicating with her spy, who's from the other side, through a library book that they check out. So she'll check out the book, put a message in it, return the book, then her spy checks out the book, finds the message, and this is how they communicate, because it's very secretive. Like, this program is very secretive, and they try to maintain that secrecy, because if the world found out what was really going on, then they would freak out, right? They would have chaos. So they have to communicate in secret ways. Now, here's the interesting thing. The book that they use, that she uses to communicate with the spy, is a very evil book. And it's not just an evil book. The book involves a scene, a Hollywood scene in a film. This film, I can't even say the film, because already when we talked about it during the last show, YouTube flagged the video. So this is the name of the book. You can see it here. Let me blow it up. Okay. And this is actually required reading for all people in the country where this book originated. The name of the country spelled Germany. And there's something very dark about the film by the same name that was made from this book. They depict an 11-year-old boy doing very adult things with a 24-year-old girl. Why would they include this in the series? Well, the inference, because there are children in this film, they're basically radicalized from birth to replace their counterparts on the other side as spies. Let's keep watching. I can't say it. So here's the little boy here, and you'll be able to read on your screen what happened if you're interested in looking into this. But this is very dark stuff, you guys. Now, to this day, this is hailed as a great work. And so this gives you a snapshot into the mind of these people and what they're really looking to do. This is all subliminal.
It was rather easy for her to pull off. Acute arsenic poisoning. The symptoms were similar enough, and with so many bodies, no one was looking for a cause. You really think it was the flu that got them? Hundreds of millions were dying back then.
So she becomes one of the spies. She's raised from birth, groomed from birth to infiltrate the other side. She marries the director of the crossing, deputy director, and is able to allow them to come through and bring the B weapon, right? Which contains the virus. And she's listening to a recording, and she's starting to question her allegiance to the secret group. It's called the Indigo Group, by the way. We all know about Indigo children. And the Indigo Group is who grooms and brainwashes and radicalizes these children. And she starts questioning everything because she finds out through that recording that you just heard that her parents did not die in the spamdemic, but rather they killed her parents to radicalize her even more, to make her believe and hate the other side.
And do you think anyone...
And he talks about how in the chaos that they were able to use arsenic to poison people and take out people opposed to them, and nobody thought to do an autopsy. Nobody thought to figure out what was really happening and why these people are dropping off. So they were using the spamdemic as a cover to kill people, which is kind of, I believe, what's happening now. You know, the C to the D to the C talks about these adverse events, but they won't admit there's all these things happening out dead, all immunological.
Thought to perform an autopsy.
Bring us details of the synchrotron, heat output, related angles, and trajectories.
So that guy was the one who killed his counterpart. This guy right here. Not this guy, but this
heat
guy.
Output, related angles. Bring us details.
This guy. He kills his counterpart, and he's the one that actually basically discovered or caused the rift. He caused the crossing. How did he do that? Well, he was a spy for America, and he basically agreed to trade these secrets. Well, while he was taking pictures of all the secrets, he failed to do his job, which was to abort the sequence, and there was a meltdown in which opened the hole. That's what happened.
The synchrotron, heat output, related angles, and trajectories.
Look at the pair in the background. See this? Everything has meaning in these films. That represents the split worlds. So he's like, hey, do the job, get us the plans, get us everything, and then we'll give you a life in America. That's what they're telling him here. So this is him taking pictures of everything. He's going to do it, and then he doesn't cancel the commands, and then the thing ends up melting down. Then he walks in the tunnel and he sees his counterpart. He's like, what the heck? Okay, so what is this split world that we're talking about? Well, we talked about this a little bit in previous shows. How the first 6 generations of mankind were mirror images of one another. They were the twin seed lines with the same names on each side of the seed line. So you had Cain on one side and Seth on the other. And you had names like Irad, which was the counterpart of Jared. You had Methuselah, which was the counterpart of Methuselah. And you had 2 Enochs. And you had all of these names. There were exactly 6. Now, what could this mean? I believe it has everything to do with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The mirror tree of duality. And so there's a spirit of good that opposes the spirit of evil. And it exists in the mirror bloodlines. Cain and Seth. The serpent and the woman. The bruising of the heel and the head. This was the first prophecy of the Bible. And somehow, the two are connected to one another, even though they're opposed. So you got to ask yourself, what's really going on here? Well, the tree of life, I don't want to say it was split because the tree of life is still there, but we entered a new tree, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. From the tree of life to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Why does our night sky look like a tree? This is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And the synchrotron represents the magnetic field that imprisons us right here in the night sky. These are the eyes of Molech, the magnetic field of good and evil. And it exists above and below the horizon. So imagine this mirrored and flipped underneath this. A set of eyes would appear. And this is, in fact, is a magnetic field. It's a toroid field, they call it. So, what is this string that attaches us to the other side? Well, God told Cain that sin was crouching at the door. Here it is right here. The Bible. 6 and 6, our counterpart. Now, tomorrow's show, after we get done with this decode here, will be on season 2 of the OA. We'll get into that in a second. Let's finish this up.
Something must have happened when the particles divided and went into superposition. A quantum
particle divided
mechanical. Something must have happened when the particles divided and went into superposition. A quantum mechanical entanglement. I'll have to see if anything's left back there to analyze. Building housed an experimental synchrotron. Used various light sources to divide particles. Until recently, that is.
Whatever process had created us, it was meticulous. We were identical.
Now the whole experiment's changed.
It could be herd immunity, some small variation on a microcellular level.
So it's all the same language we're using right now. This was back in 2018, before a single person, before they even knew what CV-19 was, before a single person in China ever came down with it. Here they are talking about herd immunity and everything else that we're going through right now.
The environment changes, yes? Which means our immune systems must be growing apart.
No, it's too early to say that. You're talking about a weapon?
An insurance. For peace.
Listen to yourself. A biological weapon.
It would never be used. Could never be used. Just a precaution. If our immunologies have grown different, there could be a strain to affect them and not us.
Then why would we need such a thing?
Because if we're having this conversation, who's to say they aren't having it too?
It should never be used.
What you're looking at right there is at least what they want us to believe is CV-19. This is the pre-programming to instill fear that will cause people who saw this to run out and get the VC because they've already subliminally been programmed to fear it. Now, for you and I watching this, we see that they already knew what was going to happen. Do you see how important this work is now? Do you see that once people decode this and see it for what it is, instead of it sitting in their subconscious mind and dictating their behavior and actions, now they can wake up to it. Now they won't perish because of lack of knowledge.
It's just a precaution.
Why do we need such a thing?
Because if we're having this conversation, then so are they.
The precaution you proposed was released into our world.
So there it is, the Munchen virus. And we showed you how Steve Mnuchin, which is responsible for distributing the VC, that this could be what they're talking about. Also, Munchen is Munich. Okay. So there's lots of stuff going on here. Now, there's some numbers. Looked at those numbers. I really couldn't really piece anything together with the numbers per se. But let's keep watching.
By the time the flu spread, the trust was gone. Accident on purpose, no one knows. It doesn't matter. They developed new ways to talk.
So this is the original group that opened the rift, opened the gate, and in fear, because things start going out of control, they never really show themselves anymore from this point onward, from the 80s onward. They basically start using these cases, these cryptic cases, to communicate with the rest of the company. and they talk through them and they give orders, and everyone just follows their orders. Now, here you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because originally there were 8 total. There were 4 on each side, but like I said, that one guy killed his counterpart, and there were only these left.
There can be two truths. God gave us both worlds. He's the creator of all things, and if all things means two Meccas, then God hears us both.
Now, of course, there's a lot of thought about what this tree of knowledge of good and evil is. Like, why would God create it? Okay, and look at these trees as options. As a creator, you have to also create free will. Okay, and you also have to understand that when there was unity in heaven, that the people or the spirits that are now evil may have helped co-create some of that in the beginning, as God delegated out certain things. We could actually be locked in the devil's tree. Okay? And that could have been part of the challenge to heaven. And God had to allow that. Because, when people go to try to discredit God, they'll say things like, well, why would he create a tree where where these things can happen? Well, maybe the tree started out good. But then when sin entered in rebellion, that tree then became evil. In other words, maybe the tree of the knowledge of good and evil was different. Maybe that was a tree where it was only reserved for perfect beings that understood good and evil. But then when sin entered the garden, which is what the Bible says, that tree that became a prison world, which is what we're in here. Now, what are these worlds? Well, they're just dimensions. So the tree of life, we're cut off from it. It's outside of our experience because we're in a sin prison. Okay? Whereas when we enter back into the tree of life, when all this is over, we'll have perfection again. We won't have any knowledge of evil anymore. Evil will be eradicated from the universe. In other words, your 10-speed bicycle will go back down to 3-speed bicycle. You won't have the option. You'll be unable. It'll be like a spiritual law that you cannot hurt another person anymore. Or the thought won't even come into your mind. So this is where we're headed, back to the tree of life. So don't get it all mixed up and start blaming God for creating a tree of good and evil, and don't get mixed up in that. That's sin. That's the enemy talking to you. Now, here they're talking in German. Oh, I said it. That one time that I said that now is going to cause me to cause this video to get flagged. That's how sensitive YouTube is now. So, you can't even mention certain countries. Now, look at this. They're getting injected with the actual virus. And they're talking about what they would go do if they had more time. What is their biggest desire of something they never got to go do that they want to go do? And these are the radicalized students that are now grown up, and their job and their only job is to release this into the other side. So they cross over and they start injecting themselves, and they're going to go into a train station and walk around and distribute this. And he mentions that he would see the Taj Mahal. Well, we all know that Mr. T, the one who made the VC, who, by the way, just told everybody at CPAC that we should all go get our shot. We'll do a full show on that in a couple days. But there's no questions left. If you had any question in your mind about his intentions when he created this. So, the student says, I'd go see the Taj Mahal. Well, we did a full decode on the film Snake Eyes that was filmed at the Taj Mahal. Snake Eyes is Mr. T. So, more confirmation.
Taj Mahal gesehen.
Warum?
Ein Mann, der seine Frau so sehr liebt, dass er den Taj Mahal baut. So viel Hingabe ist bewundernswert.
I didn't get mine. I know. How come I didn't get a shot?
You're not coming with us, Ethel.
So you don't know where or how this woo is going to be released.
I saw him.
So, Ethel stays behind, and her job is to take out more people when the house explodes. Now, here they talk about that this B weapon is spread different than you would assume that it would be, right?
And some others moving these refrigerated boxes.
And you now think it was a flu virus?
Not a flu virus. The flu. The one they're going to release in this world.
Someone should tell his father that's not how you catch a cold.
Someone should tell his father that's not how you catch a cold. Okay? Now, most people know in the medical community that it's not so much particles in the air that spread this stuff. It's on surfaces. It's in food. It's putting your hand in your mouth. You ingest this stuff because it's everywhere, whatever it is. And so this is one theory as to how these things are spread. Most of it doesn't come from sneezing or all this stuff. Okay?
Julia, zieh bitte deine Jacke an, holst du noch
And look at this. This is so creepy.
Catch a cold.
Julia, zieh bitte.
So there it is right there. 2018. Look at this poor little boy. Wow. Says, put your jacket on, you're going to catch a cold.
Bitte deine Jacke an, holst du noch eine Erkältung.
I'll throw a hand grenade in this world and close the doors. Those fanatics are there right now, turning themselves into carriers for a virus.
They're releasing another flu.
Our comrades built a wall to keep the West out.
So, of course, he's talking about the GERMA wall, right? But we know what the real wall is. The wall that everyone's deceived about. Yes, this will keep us in. That's what it's really for.
Flu.
Our comrades built a wall to keep the West out. All it did was keep our people in. Prisoners.
Or to keep our people in. Prisoners is exactly what I've been saying. And a lot of people have been saying.
To keep the West out. All it did was keep our people in. Prisoners in their own homeland.
So, this is Howard, and he figures out the plan. He finds the radicalized students who are going to release the virus through the train system. They each have train tickets going to different parts of Europe and America to distribute this. And look at what gate they're at. 20. He shoots them all. The plan does not work. And then you'll see he'll turn around and there's another 20 on the other side. That's 2020. And there are your two shots for the VC. Two shots. Throw us down the garbage can. You can't make this up, you guys. Now, there will be many decades, and we'll be on this, looking at trends of how the world changed, the health of the world has changed after this mass VC event. We're up to what are we up to? 70 million people now in America that have got the VC so far. And we will be on the lookout. The last time this happened, the world had changed. We had all these sensitivities to nuts and gluten. The world had changed. We had autism. The world had changed. And now the world will change again. And now let's go into the show here and make sure we're connected. This is the OA here. And to my shock,